coming into. We'll see if we can get our other council members around the table.
Madam Mayor, hold on 1 second.
Do we have any
Hello, Miss
virtual?
Bailey Bryant. How are you?
I'm sorry.
Okay, studio, we're about to go live.
Do we have anyone virtual?
We do not have anyone virtual. Mr. Eggleston is on his way.
All right, so let's go ahead and call the action review to order. We have this meeting in advance of items that we will eventually have a council to review, question, and vote. And so what this gives the city council members is an opportunity to talk about issues that are coming up early in the calendar, and to determine if those items are ready or if there are other comments and suggestions and requests for them. And so we will begin our strategies, our action review of these items, letting you know that we are having these meetings in accordance with applicable law governing meetings. And I think all of our council members will eventually be here. And I'm going to start with introductions. I'm going to ask our Deputy City Clerk, if I have that correct.
Marquita Moss, Assistant City Clerk, for the minutes.
Thank you.
Braxton Winston at large.
Greg Phipps at large.
Julie Iselt, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Vi Lyles, serving as mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Tark McCart, District 6.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
All right, and with that, as we begin the action review, we have two items on our agenda tonight. And the first is Arts and Culture Update, and I'll recognize the city manager. And first, I'm going to recognize a council member that has just joined us.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Matt Newton, District 5.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, so now I'm going to ask the manager to start our session.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. You may recall at an earlier council meeting, there was a request to have a discussion about the Arts and Culture Advisory Board prior to having any of the FY23 allocations released. So tonight, what we'll attempt to do is give you an update of where we are, as well as get feedback from the council. And I will start off because I've been familiar with this for the last couple of years, and then I'll turn it over to our Arts and Culture Officer, Priya Sakar, as well as the Chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board, Cindy Patterson. But I will start off by doing a little bit of a snapshot of presentations that the council has seen over the course of the last couple of years. So with that said, if we start off with the February 5, 2020 budget workshop, and for some of the council members who were just elected, or I guess sworn in that previous December, this became a discussion about where the city would go in terms of arts and culture. In that workshop, what was provided was a snapshot of not just the roughly $3.2 million that was provided to the ASC to disseminate grants throughout the community, but also a broader discussion about the city's contributions to arts and culture in general, and that's debt service on our city-owned facilities, as well as maintenance on our city-owned cultural facilities, as well as contributions to public art. If we were even to fast forward to FY23, if you take into account the contribution that is in the infusion fund, this number approaches approximately $20 million. Next slide. So we talked a little bit, and I think it's important, and there's a lot of good information that's going to come out tonight, and we're going to hear about city-owned facilities and artists and flex funds, but this all started again back in 2020 with the conversation about these 7 city-owned facilities and the debt service and the maintenance that we have in them. So, you know, to the far left, you have the Mint Museum Uptown, the Mint Museum Randolph. You have the Blumenthal Performing Arts. You have the Knights Theater, the Harvey Gantt Center, Batchelor Museum of Modern Art, and Discovery Place. So these, again, 7 city facilities, as well as other organizations that utilize them, such as the Symphony, the Ballet, and the Opera Carolina, caused us to think a bit about what's the future of arts and culture. Again, this is prior to COVID-19, this conversation was happening. Also, what was happening is that workplace giving was drying up. Even when you start to think about the United Way today and what's going on with United Way, nothing to do with any type of performance from an organization, but workplace giving, both individual workplace giving, corporate and foundation giving, and individual non-workplace giving. If you start from 2014, same presentation we had a couple of years ago, to look at 2018, that decline of $2.6 million was not insignificant. So if we go to the next slide, and I think this is kind of the key. We have these operating grants that are going to a number of recipients, and this has fluctuated over the years from, under 20 organizations to the 38 that we've been discussing over the course of the last couple of years. And if you start to take a look at this, you see the peak in these grants was back in 2009, right around, the end of right around the Great Recession. And then as we were about to approach 2021, that number had gone down to 4.3 million. So even, again, before COVID, this first conversation was around, well, what happens if this workplace giving continues to dry up? 38 organizations, I think it's important to just put it out there, because sometimes people think, well, they're just the bigs, or they're just, well, what are these organizations? So I tried to divide them into 3 categories. One is those Thrive organizations, which you are familiar with, many of which were on the previous slide. But then we also have, starting in 2017, I believe, there was a number of organizations in ALANA, which refers to African, Latinx, Asian, Arab, and Native American organizations, also started to get a portion of the funding. I will tell you that if you start to think about what was the impact of the Thrive organizations from that peak to that 2021, we'll just call it the Valley, that's almost a 67% overall cut in the grants that were going to those organizations. When we start to look at the ALANA organizations, because they came in later in the process, the reductions weren't significant. As a matter of fact, as you start to look at what's happening with the Infusion Fund, from 2021 to 2022, those organizations went from approximately a combined $300 and almost $50,000 to well over $1 million. So again, if we start to think about, what the council was trying to do, what the Infusion Fund is trying to do, trying to get equity, trying to make sure that there's more money in the ecosystem, and even building on the ecosystem, these are just 3 data points I wanted you to have. The remaining organizations, we just put them in alphabetical order. But again, it is spread, and we'll go to the next slide, spread throughout the community. It's not just a bucket of money for the facilities in which we pay debt service on. So we fast forward to the annual strategy meeting, January of 2021. We're in the midst of COVID, and what the city council did at that annual strategy meeting looked at really 3 key questions, and it was how to serve as a leader in deploying a comprehensive arts and culture strategy as an economic development tool, how to increase the sustainable public and private support, and then how can we partner with other cultural institutions, artists, and stakeholders in recovering from COVID-19. That led to the establishment of an ad hoc committee, which had a charge to develop a policy of arts and culture as an economic development strategy for Charlotte. There were meetings in February, which the ad hoc committee provided principles. There was a June meeting, which the recommendation to establish this Arts and Culture Advisory Board. And then in October, there was an opportunity for the ad hoc committee to meet with Priya, our new Arts and Culture Officer. So in the budget, there was this 3-year plan in which a combination of general fund dollars and ARPA funds would be the public contribution, with the concept of having $12 million a year over a 3-year period. I believe the private sector actually raised $20 million. We have this commitment for the 18 at $6 million a year over a 3-year period. But it's also important to note during that time, the Knight Foundation was able to come in to provide some additional funds for our ecosystem, as well as the county provided a bit more funds as it related to artists and those organizations. So this is where I would say we left off, and that was as of July of 2021, those 36 organizations had about $6.3 million in grants. And what was going on is, if you may recall, we took the higher of the 2 years from the before FY '22, so the higher of 21 and 20, and to try to build some level of stabilization, as well as we did something, or the council did something for the first time, is having a allocation specifically for artists and creatives, much like the county had done, as well as $800,000 for the Arts and Science Council. The remaining $4.4 million, which would round up to the $12 million, would be allocated at the after the beginning of the fiscal year. And much of this will be discussed, how this was happening between Priya and Cindy. I do want to end on one slide before I turn it over to Priya, is that when we talk about that $4.4 million, the remaining allocation of this FY 2022, we call it Part 2, $3 million of that $4.4 million continue to flow to these 38 organizations for a total of $9.3 million. And I'm sorry, I'll end on the next slide. And I think this is just something to think about, is that I think the good work that's occurring, what the council has done and what the community has done, because if you start to think about the peak of funding for these 38 organizations, that would have been in 2009 at $10.7 million. Even with Part 1 and Part 2 of FY 2022, that results in $9.3 million to the organizations. And some have come in and out over that period of time. But even with that, what I think is a very good infusion, it still doesn't match the peak right around the Great Recession of $10.7 million. So I say that because most of that you've already seen, we've already discussed. It was budget workshops, it was the budget process, and now I'll hand off to what has occurred since then to Priya.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm actually going to invite
gonna-
Cindy Patterson, our
I
advisory
think
board
he's
chair.
gonna- Excuse me, Priya. We're going to go ahead and go through the presentation, then come back. We're going to go ahead through the presentation, then come back for questions.
So I'm Cindy Patterson. I'm co-chair of the Arts and Cultural Advisory Board, and I have some board members here with me. My co-chair, Kevin Patterson, I'm going to wave, and Reverend Woods is here, and why don't y'all just introduce yourself? I mean, it's a bit easier. Oh, I just saw it.
Aisha Deer.
Ricky Wood, Senior Minister, Works Baptist Church West.
Carla Aaron Lopez, artist and teacher.
Shafali Patel, artist and dancer.
Nick Tosco, attorney.
Yeah, Nick Starr. He is an attorney in what do you call
Local government.
Local government law. So he's been a great boon to us, as has everybody on this organization. But you see, we have 18 members. We had our first meeting. We were established in June, but we didn't get all the appointments done, and so our first meeting ended up being in December of 2022. No, 2021. 18 members. 3 were appointed by the mayor, 6 by you all at City Council, 8 by the private sector, and 1 by the ASC. And you can see just from that brief sample, it's kind of a broad spectrum across the community. We were charged with a couple of things. We had an official charge from the city council that you all had adopted. One was to develop a cultural plan that would span the next 10 years for Charlotte. And we needed to pick a consultant. That was a lot of work. Guide the development of the plan, and then make our final recommendations to you, who will be able to then do whatever you need to do with it, but then adopt it, hopefully. Also, we were to allocate $4.4 million that was left, as Mr. Jones has said, from the FY22 funding, and we did that. And then we had $12 million a year to allocate, half public sector, half private sector dollars in FY23 and FY24. This is our committee, as you can see. You'll see that we have a number of, about 5 members who've had to resign. As I get through this, you'll begin to understand why. In that it's a lot of time and energy, and I think folks found it difficult to do. Other than I want to do a little shout out for Irisol Gonzalez, who was one of the artists on our board. She'd been appointed by the mayor, and she has a fellowship at Yale. There's a nice ending, right? So we we already miss her, and she just was at our last meeting, was her last meeting. So we'll be replacing her. One of the first things we did as a board was adopt guiding principles. And these are kind of, I've squinched them down so that they're actually readable, but I wanted to give you a moment to think about this. We spent a fair amount of time on this because while your charge gave us direction on what, it didn't speak as much to how. And as a person who spent years working on group dynamics, this seems kind of important to a number of us. So you see the first bullet point of our guiding principles, that our process would be centered in equity, inclusion, and transparency. That on many levels, we wanted to have community engagement, and the cultural plan selection of the folks we picked to do the cultural plan is heavily weighted because of their expertise and community engagement. So that's where you're going to really see a lot of it. That we would make data-driven decisions. That was not as easy to do, and with the original $4.4 million that we had about 8 weeks to give away after we were impaneled. But we really worked hard at it this year, which I'll talk a little bit more about, in our grant panels for the 39 total grants that we've made. Priya is going to talk more about our innovation and implementation approach, because we have something called the Opportunity Fund and many other things. And could you go back? Who's got the slide button? Thanks. That we would really think about the whole ecosystem, that we would remove barriers that might keep the public from engaging and being involved in the arts, and we would foster sustainability, growth, etc. Let me say a minute about sustainability. The reason this was on your agenda for the last couple of years that brought you to impaneling this board of advisors was largely about the sustainability issue. And the public and private sector came together to actually breathe air into the sustainability and some opportunity for growth so that we could get to the cultural plan. So that's what we've been about. And of course, educate the public. And this is not just a small thing, because at the end of the day, as we work through the cultural plan, if we don't bring the community along with us so that they understand the value of ongoing funding for the arts and cultural community, then the cultural plan, even if adopted, may not be able to be implemented, if that makes sense. Next slide. So there wasn't a good way to do this, so I'm going to talk a minute about it. So in getting ready for this, I actually went through my calendar and pulled all my invites from Priya, my best friend, who I spend a lot of my life with. And what I found is there were 14 advisory board meetings. There were 13 to 16 what we call working group meetings of the board, which are smaller segments of the board that worked on things such as how to fund, who to fund, how to write the RFP, what would be in the RFP, how to sort the applicants, people that sent in their proposals, and how to give away $400,000 that we gave away in grassroots grants last year. So those groups met 2, 3, 4, 5 times each as well. So what you see on this chart is a series of all of those, knowing that we started December 10th and today is July 11th. We have been meeting 7 months. And in that time, we have accomplished everything you see here, the $4.4 million being allocated, the search and request for proposal process and the interviews for the cultural planning consultants that selected the cultural plan, giving away more money through a process that Priya set up and that the board totally participated in. And then now these grants panels, and I want to talk a minute about the grants panels. So we had 39 organizations to look at, the 38 you've seen, plus the Arts and Science Council for this round of FY23 funding. We divided our 18-member board into panels of 6 people each, and they each had 13 or 14 grants to review. I didn't survey the entire board, but I would say to you that on average, they spent between 10 and 16 hours reading grant applications, budgets, equity programs for each of the groups, et cetera, scoring those, sending them to staff, then going to a 3-hour meeting for each panel to actually make the decisions and make recommendations to staff about how we would allocate dollars. So when I think about the amount of time and why 5 board members, or 4 or 5 that have had to resign, it's about the time. But this group came together with only one in-person meeting for the first 4 or 5 months of our journey together, which was the first one, and then COVID hit again. And we found our footing, and we found our culture as a board and how we wanted to work together through our guiding principles. And we did all the things you see on this chart. So I would say to you, you have a very dedicated group of people who are our workhorses. And I don't think anybody knew on the front end, I promise you, when the mayor called me, she did not tell me how much time this was going to take. But they're all what I would call true believers in the value of an strong, sustainable arts and cultural system for this community. So with that, I'll turn it back to Priya.
Thank you, Cindy. And thank you all, board members who are here and who are watching. I'll put this down. So both Mr. Jones and Cindy talked a bit about how we got here and how we've been doing what we've been doing. And I'm going to talk about what we've been doing and why. And we talk a lot about, we spend a lot of time on policy and the what oftentimes, but this is a moment that I'd like to take to just reflect on the why. So we have a great video to share with you from Art Pop Street Gallery.
In high school, my art teacher used to make sure that we went on field trips to the galleries and the museums. And the one thing that stood out was I didn't see a lot of representation of people of color in those museums. So that was one of the things when I realized that I had this talent that I wanted to make sure that we strove for.
Has an open call every year, and we send out a call to the 13-county region, and artists apply for our program. So our artists are featured for an entire year from January 1st to December 31st, and they are all collectively receiving over $6.5 million worth of advertising. And through that, they are seen, they are known, and they're no longer a secret. have unrestricted funds allows us to improve upon our mission, allows us to get more work done, allows us to hire more people to help our mission. So it's just a win-win all the way around, and we could not be happier or more proud to have been a recipient of the Infusion Fund grant.
To see myself up on that billboard and the opportunities that came of it, I started getting a lot more commissions. Now, that confidence level that I can absolutely do this set in, and here I am. I retired from my company and I'm doing this full time in this building.
Mr. Harris is now a full-time artist living and working in Charlotte, in part because of Art Pop, whom we funded. His studio is down the street at the new VAPA Center, which we funded. This is why we're doing what we're doing. If we want Charlotte to be a home for artists, if we want it to be a home for the arts, it has to be a home for artists. Next slide. So as the manager described, funding was declining and arts and culture were hit hard by COVID. The sector was in danger and desperately in need of a shot in the arm. This is that shot in the arm. $9.7 million in unrestricted funding so that these organizations can pursue their mission instead of having to compete for crumbs. Unrestricted funding is money for whatever these organizations need to do, whether that's programs, payroll, or many other things. And it's the hardest funding to get because it requires trust. We trust these partners to know what's best for their situation. And that's the kind of funding we needed to give because there is no one-size-fits-all solution to this. We also created an open call for groups who had yet to receive any kind of infusion funding as part of our charge to create more access to funding for more artists and groups. The 51 recipients of this funding through the open call, including Art Pop, which has been doing this work for 9 years, had not received this type of unrestricted funding prior to the Infusion Fund. This open call made that possible. This money is getting us closer to pre-pandemic levels, and we're also working to address past inequities to fund Alana groups, as the manager noted. And the ASC had begun to do this, and working with their designations, we increased the level of funding for these groups by 100% over the previous year. Next slide. We've also supported nearly $1 million to artists and creatives, as well as additional organizations through ASC's programs, and we've supported ASC's ability to do this work. Next slide. I'm really excited about this one. It's a new approach and exactly the kind of thinking that brought me to Charlotte. The Opportunity Fund gives money to initiatives outside of our grant cycle, because why should these groups be forced into our calendar? Who's serving whom? The Opportunity Fund is as much an opportunity for us as it is for the organizations and artists, because it allows us the flexibility to invest in opportunities as they arise. We piloted this with 2 projects in March. I Am Queen Charlotte, a multidisciplinary celebration of Black artists, of Black women in Charlotte, including our mayor. Artists Hannah Hassan and Scott Gardner organized this impressive collaboration with artists and organizations across the city, and they were doing it all without paying themselves. We can't promote economic development and workforce development if artists and creatives are working for free. Free is not sustainable. An Infusion Fund grant supported their time and hard work at the helm of this program. The Southern Cultural Treasures program is a partnership with regional funder South Arts and Ford Foundation, the second largest national funder of arts and culture. This program had us coming in as a partner to support one Charlotte organization to receive 3 years of operating support and capacity building training in an inaugural cohort of BIPOC organizations from around the southeastern US. Last week, South Arts announced the selection of Jazz Arts Charlotte as part of this cohort. This will help them establish greater stability, grow their skills, and we expect open the door to funding from South Arts, Ford, and others, showing those funders what Charlotte has to offer, and hopefully eventually bringing more dollars here. And I'll note that Lonnie Davis, CEO of Jazz Arts, has just been named the incoming board president of the world's leading jazz organization. Again, that's the leading organization in the world, Jazz Education Network. So this is a great opportunity to support one of our gems and to shine a light on Charlotte. And that was just the pilot. More on that in a moment. Next slide. So a crucial part of the 2022 work has been getting the word out about it. We've created a microsite as a hub for information and used social media and relationships with our partners and community to let people know about opportunities and provide that crucial transparency. And this slide is about communication, which is two-way. It's about listening to the whole of Charlotte. I've been in community, attending meetings, community events, learning about the great work taking place here, and sharing about what we're doing. Now, we're about to take things to the next level with our cultural plan, which we'll get to in a moment. Next slide. So we've been talking about 2022, fiscal year 2022, and now we're going to talk briefly about fiscal year 2023. And for our community members watching at home, that began on July 1st. We've all been working hard, as Cindy referenced, to make sure that the money is allocated and ready to go out ASAP. We did an application and review process, as Cindy talked about, and we awarded well above pre-pandemic levels of funding, and no organization was awarded less than they received in FY22 unless they requested it. So this is still part of the infusion, but a shot in the arm can't last forever. This is meant to be a bridge to the future. So, next slide. We've assembled a steering group of which the advisory board is the core, with community leaders and partners from across Charlotte-Mecklenburg to help ensure that the process and the plan are inclusive and implementable. And we've engaged global leader Lord Cultural Resources to work with us and with the community to develop a shared vision and a long-term plan for the future. Lord has an exceptional community engagement practice and a track record of leading development of plans that are ambitious and also achievable. For example, in Chicago, 60% of that plan was being implemented by the end of the first year. And it resulted in the creation of the Chicago Architectural Biennial that attracts 500,000 people a year. So it's been a boon for tourism and for the region. More recently, the Dallas Cultural Plan was adopted in 2018. And among other things, the plan yielded the use of multiple funding sources to support equitable distribution of funding while also taking care of city-owned facilities. And where there was previously not a mechanism for funding artists and creatives, one of those was established. The key to Lord's approach and why we feel they're a good fit for Charlotte is that they're a diverse team that understands our specific needs, and because of their ability to engage communities, especially those that are typically left out of policy development. At the end of this process, whether you enjoy the ballet or Durag Fest or both, Charlotte will have identified ways to cultivate offerings for all its residents and visitors. And crucially, Lord's plan will articulate a roadmap to sustainability. So, what are our next steps? Next slide. In the near term, the consultant team will begin stakeholder interviews, including all of you, our council members. They're actually tuning in right now tonight, listening as they prepare for these conversations. And for the folks watching at home, start thinking about what you'd like to see, because we soon have opportunities to provide your input. Keep an eye out for announcements on our website and on social media. And following the success of our pilot projects, we are going to be solidifying and rolling out the Opportunity Fund, and that will work in synergy with the cultural planning process, allowing us to test ideas in real time as they come up from the research. And with our partners at the Foundation for the Carolinas, we're ready to cut checks so that these organizations can put infusion funding to work. So hopefully you can feel the enthusiasm and commitment to this work, And I want to thank all of our advisory board members again for all of the hard work that you're doing, and my colleagues at the city and at the foundation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cindy for a final word.
Actually, I don't have a final word. I think Marcus and Priya and I are happy to take questions. I thank you for listening to us. And I really, one more time, want to thank not just the members that are here from our board, but everybody, because they're pretty amazing. Priya's been great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we just attempted to provide you some feedback on what's going on, and so now I would take any questions, Mayor, that members
I
may
have Mr. Winston.
Thank you. Just for the public to be aware, it was outlined that there were about 30 meetings had, and this is the first update that council has had on those 30 meetings of work. I've learned a lot more in the past couple weeks since many of us brought up our concerns with the way this policy change is being implemented, and I've learned more that I think goes against the intent of council. And I think we need to slow down to figure out how to get this train back on the tracks. You know, Ms. Patterson said it didn't say how to implement this because the expectation of council was that the council, staff, and the community through the advisory committee would work together to figure out how to go about bridging the short term, which was this kind of status quo year, to not pull the rug out from under the arts community that was getting public funding, but to create that bridge between the short and the long term, right? But Ms. Carr said that they went ahead and created that bridge on their own. That's what she just said. And there's no mandate for staff or the community, the political community of political appointees to create that bridge. That is in the policy that we passed last year. With that said, I would actually like, can we pull up to slide 14, please? You know, I do agree with what Ms. Sakar said, is that artists can't work for free. But the issue is that we identified where we were trying to make this change is that more philanthropic giving is not the solution or a scalable solution for creatives to stay in this community, in any community, and ours included. So in 2020, when we first had this conversation, a group of us on council said that the way our public art spending was set up was an insufficient public investment to sustain the creative economies of our city. And to put it more plainly, the way we were spending our money, we were not able to retain creative people in our community. Because again, the way we need to invest is very different than giving philanthropic grants out to individual artists or organizations. We need to find out ways to invest in things like affordable housing close to affordable workspaces. How do we understand the needs of industries because there are many different types of industries that make up the creative class of folks, which I've been part of, you know, for crossing over 3 decades in this community. So part of the reason is the overall structures of our city that make it hard to retain talent across all industries. But specifically for the arts, is the way we distribute our public funds is that we give grants out to preferred artists and organizations. That was the main intent of the June 2021 change. It wasn't just to create an arts and cultural advisory board so we can make political appointments to have even less oversight over the way our public dollars are spent. It was to change our approach to invest in identifying and stabilizing and growing sectors of the creative industries and economies through strategic investments. That's what we were supposed to be working on as a council, staff, through hiring a new cultural officer who is an expert, and the community through working with the advisory committee. So that is what needs to be highlighted in June 2021. That is what we all discussed. We all came from different places as an ad hoc committee to figure out the best language that would allow us to go forward and do this again without sweeping the rug from anyone. I may not have liked, that we didn't get briefed, even though for some reason, even though many of us on the committee wanted to have this conversation, so we were not in this position today. I've heard that the mayor and manager did not want us to meet. That's what I've been told by colleagues, that we even had a meeting on the books to correct it, but it disappeared. So this feels good. I know we have this feel-good presentation about it, but we're basically in the same boat. We basically, what was just presented to us was painting the fence and calling it a new fence. And that's not what we set up to do, and we have to change this. So, for instance, for one question I have, what was in the RFP? I've never even seen the RFP for this cultural plan, and definitely we have not had the ability to comment or have any input. I don't even know if we can count it as the city's cultural plan because we didn't have any input. It sounds like these political appointments cultural plan. So I don't really have any faith in where we're at right now until we really, really figure something else out. And again, I don't know why we're not having this conversation in a committee so we can do this work, just like we do at every other policy, whether it be something from as big as the UDO or comp plan to something small like dealing with, airport paint and things like that. So I don't understand where the disconnect is, but it needs to change. And Mr. Manager, I think this really does lie with you. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, did you want, Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. Yeah, well said as a starting point. Let me just recap what actually happened and brought us to this point, okay? After the dismal failure of the quarter-cent sales tax for arts, of which it was a slow-moving train wreck that could have been avoided and wasn't, and the voters spoke and said, I'm not okay with the status quo anymore. We got to work as an ad hoc committee actually trying to solve the problem. That's indisputable. No one's going to dispute that because that's literally what we did. As we sat down, now I'm only going to speak from my perspective as I was designing my portion of this plan. Certain things we negotiated and found concessions afterwards, but my perspective was very simple. We needed to actually rebuild the house, to Mr. Winston's point, not slap a coat of paint on the exact same thing that had been getting slaps of paint on it for the last 2 decades in a row, but actually rebuild a new structure and strategy that's centered around having someone with more money, public-private, that was the czar, that the manager would hire. And ultimately, while that was going on, in parallel, we would do 2 things. We'd enable the manager to hire that czar, and we would put money, ultimately, in some kind of areas that they could already get to work that we knew. And that was, in your word, the bigs. We said, all right, we have these people, the bigs, they were inside our buildings, we knew what they needed, so we said we're gonna go back to certain amounts of funding. I think it makes perfect sense to call that funding and going back while we get our ducks in the row for the future, pre-recession funding, the amount of money it took before the world changed around them. Then while that was all underway, we were supposed to be working on our side as a full council. Maybe it was ad hoc committee, maybe it was full committee, we never got to that point. But that was when we were supposed to start our work and say, what is the council's strategic appetite? What is our policy statement? What is it where we want to change the future direction of arts and culture in this community at high level, mission, vision statement level, that then we would hand that off to the czar, and they would then take that and structure the new arts and culture strategic plan to execute on our vision. So there was no, let's figure this out or that out with the other money, or we're going to do this. It was do exactly what we defined, and we then on the back end will have something for you to do the next step. Two problems occurred there. One, for some reason, we were never convened. We were never brought back together. And we can easily point at a lot of people. We can also point at ourselves that we didn't force that convening, even though it wasn't easy and we asked for meetings a lot. I think the accountability goes back to the council at this point. We should have forced that. We knew that was the next step. Final point there is we had concessions. So I told you what I set out to do. There were other views on the ad hoc committee. So one of those concessions was that I was adamantly opposed to, but I ultimately said, all right, if it's establishing a board of advisors, I can do that. I can get behind that. Because I didn't want to create another ASC. That was the thing that failed in the referendum. We needed something new. So I said, all right, if it's a board of advisors that's just there to basically advise the czar and say, well, this is what the community thinks of that. The czar is the startup CEO taking our roadmap ultimately and executing on it. So that was the problem and where it existed. Now, what happens, fast forward the clock, and we're at a point where we're reading in press releases and news stories that our money that had nothing to do with people making these decisions and working hard and all these things that were shown to us was deployed. So the first thing I'll say is after we've expressed our frustrations for the last almost month on how this arts and culture approach we design has been botched so severely. If anyone around here thinks that what we wanted was a marketing pitch about what a group did on their own and against our designs was what we were looking for, I will tell you, you've fallen into the same trap that ultimately brought the ASC to failure. So I agree with Priya on one point. The industry was struggling, and this was a forced opportunity that we had to solve for. But it didn't need a shot in the arm. It needed a heart transplant. And that's what we set out to do. And despite all the opportunities we laid out and all the fault to go around, we ultimately went back and just allowed a good, hardworking board of advisors to come in, potentially be hijacked by a few people, and ultimately recreate the ASC under our very noses when we fought and worked for more than a year to solve for those mistakes that they had created. So if you sense frustration here, Mr. Manager, I will tell you, I could barely sit through that presentation because I've seen it for 20 years on a slow-moving train wreck. So I hope we can fix this because the future of Charlotte deserves so much better. And we ripped off a painful Band-Aid that was sucking into the ultimate survival mode that we finally got out of that mode. And now they've gotten their way back in and infiltrated a good approach and unfortunately have put us in this position. So I hope we fix this and fix this quickly.
Mr. Graham?
So, good evening. First, let me thank the committee, Mr. and Mrs. Patterson, Vice Chair and Chairman, and the committee members for the work they've done over the last several months. They're not married,
That
but
would be Mr. Patterson and Ms. Patterson.
I just married them, right? Yeah.
No, you did.
Well,
Okay.
they're my friends.
Yes.
I want to thank them for the work they've done, right? A lot of work has been done since the committee's formation, and I think the council should acknowledge the work by thanking you for what you've done. I see two of my appointees over there as well, Ms. Lopez and Ms. Drew. I want to thank them for being dedicated public servants as well in terms of helping us with this charge. I think the manager did a great job in terms of kind of level setting the history. I think that's really important. That's what I had to do since I had the initial phone call with Councilmember Winston, just to kind of go back and make sure what we said we were going to do that we were doing. And so I think it's really important that the manager led off by just really kind of giving us a historical perspective in terms of where we were and where we are today. I think that's really important. Mr. Winston's also right. I took the last 2 weeks as well to kind of talk to as many people as I could. I acknowledge I'm a member of the ad hoc committee, but when I was appointed there, I was also chairing the Great Neighborhoods Committee. I was helping with covert relief funds distributed to families throughout Charlotte. And so while it was an important topic for me, I was basically in the back seat, not driving the car. So I say that my commitment is to get in the front seat and make sure that what we said we wanted to do when I first got here, which was to really look at what we were doing as relates to arts, science, and entertainment, right? We talked about the arena and the number of events that we're having in the arena that was non-basketball related that help us build a robust and a rich cultural center that did all those things, right? What was happening at the Spectrum and new artists and how we were able to support those individuals that painted the Black Lives mural. I mean, how do we get arts out of Uptown and maybe into NODA and University City and other parts of our city? And so I supported certainly the direction of kind of taking a look at where we are from the arts and cultural perspective, entertainment, and how we can kind of move forward. So I concur with the charge, and I think it would be probably really important for the committee, the council. This is probably a conversation that the council needs to have, other than having it with the Arts and Science Council and or the committee. I think it's a process issue for the council that we have to kind of figure out, right? And one is to reconfirm the charge we gave to our committee and making sure that everybody around the table is on the same page in terms of what we have instructed them to do and making sure that they're doing it based on the charge that the council has given them. And I think that they are, but I think we need to test that, right? We made an observation early in the year that we were going to hire someone from the outside to come in to lead the process, work in conjunction with the advisory committee, and we need to make sure that's happening, right? That who's on first, who's on second, in terms of driving this process, right? That's something that at least I got the indication from earlier presentations that we were going to do, and she's here, she's hired. We're all working hard to accomplish the goals, so I think we just need to make sure that we dot that I and cross that T too. And then lastly is the plan itself, right? That's why we're all here, right? Where are we going from here? How do we create an environment in our city where our city is just not known for banks and for special forces team, but that we have a thriving, growing, innovative arts, science, entertainment type of community as well, and what it's going to take for us to get there, the tools, the means, the resources, and who's going to help the council do that, right? I'm not sure I want to be evaluating grant applications on Saturdays and Sundays. I think we got to find a way who's going to help us with the distribution of the resources to the many fine agencies throughout the city who is deserving of it. And so, Mr. Manager, again, I think it's a process issue that we need to kind of maybe bring within and just reassess where we are on those 3 points. One, the charge to the committee. Secondly, making sure that our staff members is duly engaged in leading the process. And more importantly, as we roll out this cultural enrichment plan, that we have robust community engagement throughout the city, that we don't have a predetermined outcome what that study is going to yield. It may, we don't know what it's going to yield, right? And that we respect all our community partners. Lastly, the elephant in the room, it's the Arts and Science Council, right? And I am very supportive of the Arts and Science Council. I think for a number of years, going back to, I think I can remember 3 or 4 different presidents of the organization, starting with the chairman of the president of the Foundations for the Carolinas, and then the young ladies that followed him. And so they've always done a good job, but it is time that we kind of test that too, based on what we said earlier about wanting something different, wanting something new, wanting something fresh. And that might lead us right back to the Arts and Science Council after a year of studying. It may lead us somewhere else. But I think for this discussion's sake, I think my points 1, 2, and 3 will kind of get us where I think we need to go. And again, that's more an internal management issue that the council needs to kind of reconfirm what we said we were going to do, and if we're doing that, that's fine. I support the work that they did, the decision that they made after careful consideration of it. I think we should move forward. I think we're talking about $100,000, right, here or there. I can be wrong. I stand to be corrected. But I don't want to be playing a Monday night quarterback with the work of the committee when they put so much work into it. As we move forward, we just need to make sure that we're all on the same page. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira, followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to reinforce what I had said last Monday. I don't want our Arts and Cultural Advisory Board to walk away thinking that we don't appreciate their work or that they didn't follow through on the promises that were made. I think they're doing a tremendous amount of work here. I appreciate all their efforts and time that they are putting into this. And I've had conversations with several members of the board on the cultural plan that they are developing that is going to be sustainable and address the concerns that council had last year. But like Mr. Graham said, there are obviously a few things that we do need to figure out to ensure that it is a true collaborative effort with City Council and the board, and also ensure that the process and the charge that everyone is on the same page. And also, let's also not forget that we appointed committee members to serve on this board. So if we don't have trust and faith in their effort, we need to revisit that. There is a reason as a council that every single board member that serves on this committee got at least 6 of our council members' support to serve on this. So I don't want us to question their work that they're doing because obviously we were involved in selecting who serves on that board. So with that, obviously there is a lot more work that needs to be done here to address the concerns that some of our colleagues have raised. But let's not discount the effort that committee has put forward. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm interested to hear this conversation because obviously our recollection of what happened seems to diverge. I have no recollection of a council consensus along the lines that you're talking about, Mr. Winston. You've expressed your views very forcefully. I never heard anybody coming together around that. So I think the suggestion that we were unanimous along the lines that you were talking about is just a misrepresentation. I'm looking at the report from the ad hoc committee of which I was a member, and I just want to express my general recollection. The Arts and Science Council was not able to raise funds, and so we're increasingly relying on public funding. It was clear that we were underfunding the arts, and there was a need for a bigger initiative for the arts in Charlotte. So the city decided that we could increase our funding, and we got into a conversation with private sector funders, and we were able to raise a much larger amount of money that had been previously available, and there were certain kind of understandings about that. One of our goals was to make sure that we had secure funding for the city-owned facilities. That was a problem. The symphony was on the brink of going broke all the time. So we wanted to protect those institutions, but because of the increase in funding, we were able to offer that security to those institutions while still leaving a lot of money left over for allocation either to prior recipients from the ASC or for disposition otherwise. But the other conversation was that we did not want the city council to be making these decisions about arts funding. So the whole plan was that we would create this board and appoint a director in order for people in the arts community or with an arts context, rather than people elected to serve on this body, to make the decisions about where the money would be allocated. This is the way I remember it. The ad hoc committee issued its findings, and with that, its work was done. The ad hoc committee was exactly that. And the ad hoc committee came back and recommended an increase in funding, recommended the creation of this board and the Arts and Cultural Commissioner. And one thing I've called for repeatedly, Mr. Manager, and have not been able to get, was basically a written statement from the funders issuing our kind of criteria for the continuing funding from these two sources, the public and the private. I feel that we need to negotiate, state our terms for once and for all clearly, and then let this board get on with their work. So that could include instructions along the lines that were talked about here, where the council might say, okay, this is the council's position on what the requirements for public funding should be. But the point is, I think we need to put that statement out there and then also achieve the purpose of taking ourselves as a council out of the grant-making process and out of the final conclusions about where this money is most effectively used. Now, the board was created, they're being described as political appointees. This board was created partly by us with the idea that they were people that had an overview of the arts community here and would know better how most effectively to invest these funds than, again, those of us who've been elected to serve on city council. So it feels to me like we've arrived at a point right now where, because of the fact that the cultural plan isn't actually in place yet, we have for 2023 a kind of an indeterminacy. We didn't plan for this situation. Nobody talked about where we would be if the interim funding we provided for fiscal year 2022 didn't take us through the completion of the cultural plan. So I believe that we're in a little bit of a sort of a continuing resolution mode. I think that we should take the recommendations and the hard work of these people that we appointed and to whom we kind of made certain representations about why they were there, and go with those and focus now on the input that we want to provide to the creation of this culture plan as a condition for our continued funding. And the council still has the scope to weigh in on that, to work on that. But in this moment, down to the wire as we are on this funding, for us to try to start a process that looks at providing housing or, restructuring, not painting the fence, it's just not practical. We need to focus our efforts on this culture plan. We need to provide our input and requirements on a consensus majority vote basis from the council as to what that plan can and can't do. And I believe that plan should have in it quite a lot of latitude for allocations by the board beyond certain requirements that we have as a council. Thank you.
Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Driggs. That was my recollection as well. I also share the sentiments of Councilmember Graham as well as Councilmember Ajmira. Want to thank the board for all of its hard work, Priya for all of your hard work, not as czar, but as the arts and culture officer that we ourselves, right, via the city manager appointed. That was part of the entire plan as I understood it. Thank you to both Pattersons. And once again, the entire board for all of your hard work. It's really incredible to think, of all you've put into this. And for me, it shows. I don't recall us ever discussing micromanaging the efforts of the advisory board or committee. It was more about us moving away from the model of the ASC and giving more autonomy and authority to the advisory committee. And also doing it because we knew that the structure and the history of the ASC was not bringing in the private dollars for our arts sector. And it was my understanding that this was a private-public partnership. Now, I want to be clear. I'm a big supporter of the ASC as well. They have new leadership. I feel like they have taken a new approach, which is a very effective approach, but it was the decision of the council to move away from them as an independent determining body or authority and create this new one. Keep in mind, an ad hoc committee is not a permanent committee. So it was my understanding that the ad hoc committee had completed its job, completed and fulfilled its purpose, and we were moving on from that. So I just feel as though, us engaging in micromanaging here would be a disservice to the board that we ourselves, or the committee that we ourselves created, the charge we gave that committee. And although maybe we have the authority to review it, I think if we're talking about going back and undoing the work of the committee, I think that sets a very bad precedent. So those are my thoughts. And once again, thank you all so very much, Priya and the entire committee, for all of the hard work you've done. You do have support from members of this council.
Ms. Johnson? Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to Priya and to the committee for all of your hard work. This one is tough for me. I support the committee, I support the committee work, but I also understand what my colleague is saying about process and oversight. And Mr. Graham, you've said it this week and said it, last week, or we as a council, and Mr. Bakari, we as a council struggle with process. So I want the members of the ad hoc committee and Priya to understand that. And I don't speak for Mr. Winston, but I believe he's not talking necessarily about this process and your work as an artist. I know he appreciates the work. I think it's more the process. And if we as council take an opportunity to be on the same page with oversight and stewardship, then we could get a lot more done. So I will be supporting this because you all have done the work. But this is a process issue, so I don't want, the headline to be that Mr. Braxton is, against the arts or whatever that would be. And I don't know, I'm not speaking for him. I can speak that we as council get frustrated based on process. So, and we need to be consistent. And I would just say this is a opportunity for us as council, or the next council who's watching, that if it's an opportunity for us to be consistent in processes and how things are decided. The ad hoc committee, the process is that it goes back to the council committee, and then it's brought forth to council. So I just think we need to look at the big picture as council members. Thank you.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also appreciate the work of the ad hoc committee. But one thing I wanted to get clear on was, okay, as far as the committee's charge is concerned, did we ever, I know we had a lot of meetings and things that I've been a part of, but have we ever seen or reviewed the policy that y'all came up with in terms of the committee's charge? I don't know that I've seen it yet, or is it still under development? But they said that the committee's work is done. So did we ever see or review this to make sure we're on the same page as what their policy is, consistent with their committee charge as a council? Did we ever review that as part of any meeting that maybe I'm not aware of?
I think the question is, did the council adopt or vote on the ad hoc committee report? And I'm looking at Ms. Isold or Mr. Driggs.
It was presented to the full council.
We had an RCA, and it was dated
March.
June 28, 2021. And in that, the actual action request was to approve the Arts and Culture Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation to establish an Arts and Culture Advisory Board. And in the background to that was a description of the ad hoc committee and the work that had been done, and a statement of some of the things that we're talking about here. So in the explanation section of that action item, the Arts and Council Advisory Board will work with the Arts and Council officer on the following initiatives: developing a comprehensive arts and culture plan, allocating. So essentially, the essence of the memo that came out of the ad hoc committee was incorporated into the RCA that approved the creation of the committee, the Arts Board, the Art Advisory Board.
So I don't know who voted, what the vote was, but we can get that and get it to you, Mr. Phipps, as a follow-up, but it was voted on and approved by the council.
It just says approved by City Council, stamped on.
No, I just don't have.
Right, no.
Yeah,
the
we'll
breakdown.
get that.
I'll refresh my memory on that. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Iselt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I, too, really appreciate the advisory board. I think we put together a really amazing advisory board that is diverse. That was really what we wanted to make sure, because we were only appointing half of the team, and the foundation's representatives were appointing the other half. So that said, I do appreciate the diversity of skill sets, talents, and backgrounds on the advisory board. I just think there was a breakdown after that, clearly, as you've heard tonight. The whole council, has sort of a different interpretation, it sounds like. And so I want to provide a little bit of context, because this got started a few years ago, really. So it definitely predated this council, that for years, and I was the city council appointee to the ASC 5 years ago. And that was at the time when the workplace giving was going away, funding was going down. The Arts and Science Council continued to come to the city and the county for an increase in funding. The city had never dropped our funding pre or post recession. It was at the same level, but that was 2008, right? Long time ago. The county had dropped it, they were building back up. But the bottom line is we were losing money per capita on the arts. And that in itself was something that bothered all of us. That said, there was a feeling on council, a strong feeling that we articulated, that we didn't want to do the same thing, because it was very clear after the arts referendum failed that it looked like we were out of options, right? Unless we, the council, could say, look, this really fits into what we do, economic development, tourism industry. And so we said we were willing to put this effort together if we would work towards restructuring the industry, the sector. So I think that, to Mr. Winston's point and to Mr. Bakari's point, we didn't want to pull a group together to give more money to do the same thing over and over again. That's not sustainable. The private sector made it clear that wasn't sustainable. They agreed to do this for 3 years. We said we'd do it for 3 years and match it. But it wasn't just to keep doing the same thing over and over again, because clearly the private money wasn't buying into that. So with that said, I think in having a lot of conversations with advisory board members, with my colleagues, I think the breakdown is, as was mentioned, we really wanted to see a different structure, and that's what we want to see. We didn't know that it would take, we missed that there would be a gap between when the advisory board met, but when the Culture Vision Plan got going even, not even finished, but got going. But what we were hoping from that process was to be able to see that the new approach towards funding would be not to give funders more money. And that doesn't mean that there's not a role for the ASC, there is. But we've been told repeatedly by the Thrive groups who live in our buildings, we don't need you to give that money to the ASC when they take their cut out of it and then they give it to us. And we heard that loud and clear. Our money was unrestricted to the Arts and Science Council. And so the idea really was that we would restructure the sector, and that would involve everybody. Carry everybody over to get through the pandemic. I think it took us all by surprise when then the next round of funding was just an increase to basically pretty much the same organizations without that structure coming forward. And I think it's truly a timing issue. But going forward, as I think we've all, at least the members of the ad hoc committee have articulated, we really need better communication of what the council wants to see in this process and with the advisory board. Because at the end of the day, The private sector has made it clear they're in this for 3 years. That's one more year of funding. That leaves it to us. We're the ones, really, the only ones that have said, we're going to work to find a permanent, sustainable source of funding. And so it's not going to end well if the council has a set of ideas and the board has a different set. And that's on us that it wasn't articulated well, absolutely. And I'm sorry for the angst that has put the advisory board members and the chair and the vice chair through. We got to do better going forward. We have to, as I said, we've got to clarify our charge. We've also got to make sure that we hear from different organizations. I love the presentation. Our goal was to help individual artists and small arts groups and provide equity, but there was no mention of the symphony, of the Blumenthal, of some of these other organizations that live in our buildings. And I did mention that. Priya and I talked about that a bit through this process. That's really important to hear from them, and that's part of what led to this. And when I met now Suramaki, who's the new head of the Children's Theater, I guess he's been here maybe a year or two now, he talked about how when he was in Orlando, that Broward County and the state of Florida did cultural tourism grants. That's awesome. That would fit into what we want to do as a community with the taxpayer dollars that we are stewards of. So I want to make sure that in this process, and I'm saying this because also I understand Lord is on the phone or listening in, they have got to talk and include the large institutions as well. They've got some great ideas. They've got institutional knowledge that they bring from really all over the world. Tom Gabbert's in Europe right now, in Barcelona and London, looking at 2 different ideas that he'd like to bring here. We can't cut out that whole sector as well. It's got to be an ecosystem where there will hopefully, and I won't be on the council, but I hope when the time comes to approve this new funding, source of sustainable funding, that everybody benefits, that there's more dollars for everybody, but that we're also looking at it through a lens of economic development. Equity, yes, but also economic development, because that is our job. Our job is to get people to come to Charlotte, have great quality of life, enjoy the arts, all types of arts, and grow this sector to be deeper, more rich, provide more opportunities for artists to be able to live here and practice here, and also have some great institutions that can open their doors and collaborate, as they have done, with our local arts groups. So with that, I just want to wrap that up and say, as has been said, we, the council, have to figure out how to do that and how to communicate that to the board more clearly, and that's on us to do. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a 30-second clarification, please?
Mr. Bakari?
Thanks. I just, what Ms. Eisel just said, much calmer than I did, I think is spot on. And I just want to reiterate, I'm staked into this in a way of 20 years from running ASC campaigns at Wachovia to trying to fix this over the last 10. I am deep in this. So I don't want anyone on this board, particularly the 95% of you who are appointed, who are just doing good, hard work, to walk away from this thinking that I'm unappreciative of your work. I am. But we put in a lot of work to get this thing set up, and to watch it after a year of brutally deep work in the weeds fall apart. I just want you to know the passion comes from that and what's happened, not that I think everyone has not been working hard on that board. So Ms. Eisel, as always, said it calmer and clear, but that's the point.
All right. Mr. Jones.
So thank you, Mayor, members of council. I appreciate the feedback. Clearly, there's a process issue that I will own. And one of the things that I think maybe this hopefully puts it succinctly, and Mr. Winston and I think had this conversation last week or maybe the week before, a short term, a medium term, and a long term. And if we could divide it into those 3, I think it could help with some clarity. The short term is FY 2022, and I don't think there's any debate about what council did with that first $6.3 million, okay? I've tried to explain that while it may not be 20 years in, over the last 3, the concept of economic development and our facilities and the tenants in our facilities. Then there's the long term. In the long term, while, well, let me use this for, as a case study, we should have been engaging with you about LORD in that study. That long term is, and whoever said it, I think you said it, Mayor Pro Tem, we have to make sure that the public is getting input in those big, small, in-betweens, whatever, right? Council members, and as Priya said, you're first on the list, okay? So that long term is going to map out that strategy for the next decade. I think where our issue is that medium. That medium is really FY23 and FY24, okay? And if I had to do it all over again, we would have been talking earlier this year, recalibrating or making sure that the conditions of additional future funding were solidified, because even in the conversation tonight, I think we all learned some different things about different people's approaches. So what I see is my strong desire is that in this midterm, FY23 and FY24, that FY23 could proceed with whatever amendments or what have you. And FY24, as we start to talk about these conditions of additional funding, becomes something that's worked on immediately. But that's just something I put on the table in order to advance where we are tonight, because absent that, we're in a pattern where the FY23 funds would be held.
Mr. Manager, I would like to make a motion that we accept the recommendations, and I'm not 100% with it, but it's been done. I'd make a motion that we accept the recommendations of the advisory board for FY23, which began January 1st, so this, not to confuse anybody. July 1st, sorry. Talk about not confusing anyone.
One point of order, this is listed as an update, not an action.
Okay, well then I would like to make a motion that we put it on the next agenda unless we can get a unanimous vote today.
I don't think, we have voted on items, I'm going to ask the attorney, because this was on, if the motion is related to this action, is it an appropriate motion?
Yeah, so usually when these presentations are made to you, you just take in the presentation. Sir. Usually when these presentations are made, you take in the presentation and then you take an action at some other subsequent meeting. I'm not sure. I think what the manager is asking for is something is already moved forward for 23, and he would like for that to go on, and is looking for consensus from the group, which could be done. If the group wants to do something else, then you're going to need to add it to an agenda to make that discussion.
I think the question is does anyone object to taking the step to start out with the FY20, is it 22? 23 allocation on the agenda to vote, or would you like to see it on a future agenda? I think that if I heard correctly, that we all agree that there has to be additional communication, that there is a strategy around the public, around the consultant's plan and the long-range plan, and that the first step of action would be that the council would be interviewed, then I wonder if we're debating over what we'd like to do if for money, or if what we're talking about is what we'd like to do for process. And I would suggest that what I have been hearing and listening to is more an agreement and a meeting around the idea of council having another session that would define what the next steps would be and expectations, and then that needs to come back to the full council. I would suggest that Ms. Sicard has Lord do this and then come back as a group, but I don't think I've heard any debate over the allocation of the funding, so I'm going to ask, does anyone object to having a motion? You object. When would you like to see this accomplished, Mr. Bakari?
When the next council's elected.
Well, that makes, that's another idea. Yes.
What's happening here?
No, you cannot ask a question, Ms. Patterson, but you can certainly
Madam Mayor,
communicate.
can I say-
Yes.
I really would want to, I want to do this in this council. I put a lot of work into it. I'm not going to be on it. I just think that we got to resolve this. It's not fair to leave everybody hanging on the advisory board. I interpret what we approved, which the RCA, to say that the advisory board was going to allocate the funding.
And
So
they
it
haven't.
almost needs to be a vote to not do that, in which case you can put that on in the future, but in the meantime, that only is going to be about a 50-hour meeting, but that's fine. I mean,
Next
I would like to
opportunity?
take a,
When is the
Second.
next opportunity?
August
August
22nd.
22nd.
August 22nd is our next meeting.
We're not going
so-
to get a unanimity tonight, so I think we need to put it on for an action on the 22nd where the majority will decide.
So can I have I would make a motion that we put that vote on the agenda.
Second.
You don't have to, you don't have to make a motion. to
it's an
put it on.
action
I'll
item.
go ahead and have it put on the
Okay.
agenda for August 22nd. Okay, all right, so thank you, everyone. It's always good to have a solidly focused conversation, and I appreciate the board, appreciate the council talking about this. What I'd like to do next is, we will not do the American Disabilities Act presentation because it warrants more attention than we have, but I would like to ask for adoption of the consent agenda. You have the sheet of note that was passed out. I don't believe there, Miss, all right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And before you have no questions specific to the consent, unless anyone has one now.
Does anyone have any, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what did you say? Miss, I have that, I'm asking, I tell you, I have a lot of folks to help me out here. All right, is there any item on the consent agenda that you would like to have as a separate vote? Mr. Winston has acknowledged that he would like to have a comment on item 25, and item 45 has been settled, and so does no longer requires a council action. So with that, is there a motion to
Second.
approve the consent items as I read them? We have a motion and a second. I'm going to recognize Mr. Winston, who would like to address item 25. Mr. Winston.
Thank you. I just wanted, I think this deserves a call out that we fund staff members in the district attorney's office, and the district attorney was with us earlier. You know, there's a lot of, we're trying to do a lot to deal with community safety, to deal with the system. We play a part in the system. Something that we, in our report out from our last intergovernmental committee meeting, I mentioned something that Mr. Driggs mentioned in our committee meeting. He asked a question about putting on our legislative agenda a request to better fund our court system. Because we have, in Mecklenburg County, the lowest per capita investment in our court system. And that means some of some options, legal options and justice options for our community are, while they might be out there, they're not able to be funded and followed through. So when we don't have the type of state funding, it's up to us as partners in government to find ways to fund and pick up that slack from the state. I believe we also fund a position in the Public Defender's Office, and you will find in different places where we do this. I would say, I would encourage us, of course this should pass tonight, but we should look at this, right? We should look at this from a fiduciary perspective. How can we better invest with our partners across intergovernmentally, as well as how do we lobby to other intergovernmental organizations, i.e. the North Carolina General Assembly, to better fund the offices that we rely on in our local legal justice systems to better do this. Because without this type of funding, even though there might be some insufficiencies in the system, it would be even more insufficient if we weren't to do this type of funding. So again, I think it's just really important that we call this out and understand this, and I would encourage my council colleagues to get behind Mr. Driggs' question of how can we do a better job of getting our legal system funded here in Mecklenburg County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Now I have we no longer have to have a roll call vote. We can actually ask people to raise their hands. We could cut our meeting short, at least 75 to 90 minutes, I'm sure, with this. So all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. We have a full list of people to speak. Before we go downstairs, you have at your place a referral to the Safe Communities Committee to look at social distance, social, I think that's over, social districts, and that's been referred. In addition to that, we will have all of the development ordinances. The speakers have been notified they have 2 minutes to speak, and we're going to go through all of the public hearings. We will close each one at the appropriate time and try to get through this evening before midnight. the Charlotte City Council business meeting this evening. We appreciate every time we can have this room and have people come in and speak to us. It's very important. I know that we have a strong number of you here to speak, or a large number of you to speak on various topics, but I want to say to you that we really appreciate it. We won't be able to make everybody come down really quickly, but I do want to say to anyone, the stairs are very steep, so let's be careful out here as you come down to speak. Tonight's meeting of the City Council's meeting is being held in accordance with all of the notice and access required by law, so we're glad that you know that. And you can watch us on the city's Facebook page, our YouTube channel, and the government channel. I want to begin with introductions, and we will start with the Mayor Pro Tem and go around the dais.
Good evening, everyone. Julie Izup, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Tark Carr, District 6.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Good evening, Matt Newton, District 5.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmera, serving you as your at-large member.
Braxton Winston, I want to say to my mom tuning in from Brooklyn, hi, Mom.
Hey, Braxton.
Hi, Mrs. Winston.
Hey, Braxton's mom.
This is Renee Johnson, District 4.
Greg Phipps at large.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
I'm Vi Lyles, and I serve you as mayor. We begin our meeting with an invocation or expression. We do this because we need the help up here. So it's to solemnize our meeting, to make sure that we work in a way that is respectful of each other. And so tonight, Mayor Pro Tem Eisel will speak her words to us for this invocation moment.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. I'm going to read something I think I read my first year on council, so it's been a while. And it was actually found in an old church in Baltimore in 1692, and I think the words are even more relevant today, so they just don't get old, so it's one of my favorite readings. Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even the dull and ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain and bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars, and you have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace with your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be careful and strive to be happy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It is our custom to pledge allegiance to our flag. Please stand if you will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It is also our custom to recognize and honor particular opportunities that we have, whether it's something that an individual did or some recognition that's national. It's something that we try to keep our pace on. And today, I'd like to read a proclamation, a joint proclamation between the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, because today is on July the 20th, today is Americans with Disability Act Awareness Day, and I believe that Mr. Ratchford is here to accept this, as well as Mr. Bradley. So let me begin. Whereas on July 26, 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act to ensure civil rights of people with disabilities. Whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in community life. However, the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we remain committed to continue our efforts to fully implement the ADA. Whereas Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte celebrate the contributions and achievements of people with disabilities and honor the goals of this landmark legislation. Whereas on the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte celebrate and recognize the progress that has been made by affirming the principles of equality and inclusion. Whereas we celebrate those positive changes in our community so people with disabilities can be free from negative attitudes and architectural barriers. Whereas we honor those businesses in our community for complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas we envision a community in which every resident is accepted for who they are and where they are welcomed with respect and given equal opportunities to contribute to the human experience. Now therefore we, Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte, do hereby reaffirm to continue our work towards full ADA compliance. And I, via Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, and George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissions, do hereby proclaim July 26th as American with Disabilities Act Awareness Day and commend its observance to all of our citizens. So with that. I'm sorry, I have one more person to introduce. I think, Mr. Ratchford, if you would help me. Oh, hi, Stephen. I haven't met you. It's wonderful to meet you. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Willie, you got to get that there. All right, thank you. All right. Today, we have a series of public hearings related to growth and development in our city. It includes a hearing on the second draft of the Unified Development Ordinance, a hearing on our Charlotte Streets Plan, and the tree ordinance. Each of you should have gotten a call if you are speaking on this, and you will have 2 minutes to speak, but the clerk will take your information if it's greater than or needed for that. And then I just want to make sure that people know that we'll call 2 people down at each podium for the speakers, and we will open each hearing and close it, so just be prepared. Now, it is also our practice to have a public forum on a regular week where citizens can address this council with any concept, idea, thought that they would have. And tonight, we have several people signed up. They will have 3 minutes to speak because we have 10 people to speak. And I am trying to find the latest copy of what the clerk has given me for our speakers. There's a lot of paper in this endeavor, folks. Let's start with Eleanor Graves, who is virtual, and she would like to speak to us about animal care. Ms. Graves, I see that Ms. Jackson has says that you are ready to be on virtually. Ms. Jackson.
Mayor Lyles and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to lift my voice and seek your attention this evening. The matter that brings me before you pertains to nuisance of animals, Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinance, Section 3.69, Statements 1 and 5. For background information, let me give you a brief history. Since October 2021, I have periodically filed complaints regarding the annoyance of roosters in my community. Specifically, there are 2 residents in my rear that own roosters, plus there are more in other sections of the community. The area in reference is the Lake Forest community and neighboring streets. This area is bordered by Albemarle Road, W.T. Harris Boulevard, and Hickory Grove Road. It is across the street from Fire Station number 23 and below the Hickory Grove Police Station. It is because of lack of response by my district representative and no significant change in conditions that I seek your attention and responsible leadership with action. I cannot peacefully enjoy my deck for reading, meditation, or entertainment because of the disturbing and annoying crowing of the roosters all day. According to code, my experiences are in keeping with the definition of public nuisance. In addition, the aesthetics are unsightly. In preparation for this presentation, the practices of other North Carolina municipalities have been surveyed. Durham, Greensboro, Raleigh, and Winston-Salem. All of these cities do not permit roosters within the city limits. As a governmental unit that subscribes to being a world-class city, continuous quality improvement is an inherent practice. I urge you to be deliberate in a review of the ordinance and outlaw roosters within the city limits. Clearly, the nuisance ordinance is in need of review in order to improve residents' peaceful living experience.
Ms. Graves, thank you for...
Mayor Lyles and members of the council, this is a shared concern. In closing, I ask you...
Ms. Graves? Ms. Graves, thank you very much for providing this information. Earlier, I should have said that for each speaker that's coming, including you, Ms. Graves, the staff will do a follow-up in the next several days or maybe this week so that you will have a response to your request. So thank you very much for giving us the information, and we have your addresses and things like that to contact for a follow-up. So our next speaker is Denise Carbone. Ms. Carbone, are you here? Or is Ms. Carbone is, all right. All right, our next speaker is Larry Mackey. Mr. Mackey. And I would also like to invite down Caitlin Martin. Caitlin Martin, if you would come, Caitlin? Is it Caitlin? Sorry, Caitlin. If you would come down and take one side of the podium as well, we'll go from there.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, council members, city manager. I'm going to talk about some old news, but it's never too late to say thank you. And I want to thank every one of y'all for the budget that you passed. City manager did a great job. He spoke with employees, got information from him, and he put it to action. And I want to thank him, and there's several other people. I want to thank City Manager, Mr. Jones, Ryan, Budget Manager, Brian, Assistant Manager. I want to thank Sheila Simpson, HR Manager, and definitely Manager from HR, Paula. It is amazing when the employees agrees with your past. Normally you will hear, oh, this, or they could have did that, or they could have did this. They have nothing to say because you'll dot the I's and cross the T's. And because of the leadership that we have in our council and in our city manager office, we are a great city because of that. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm very grateful for being a part and an employee of the city of Charlotte. I thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. We thank you. Mr. Mackey, I think we thank you. Your leadership in this organization means a lot. All right? I'd like to now recognize Caitlin Martin, please.
Do you guys want a copy of what I have to read, or I have enough?
You can give that to the city clerk after you speak, and just drop off a copy and she'll share it with us.
Mayor Laus and City Council members, my name is Caitlin Martin. I'm a volunteer with CMPD Animal Care and Control, or ACC. I stand here today with the members of the Charlotte community and other volunteers to address the struggles we are facing on animal care and control, and to respectfully request that you show your commitment to protecting public safety and ensuring the humane care of animals by increasing the funding for ACC so it can move operations to an updated, larger facility, or otherwise obtain a second facility for overflow use. AAC's current shelter hasn't been updated or expanded in nearly 30 years. It opened in 1993, so for context, it's basically the same age as me. Charlotte's population consisted of fewer than 500,000 people in 1993. It is now closer to 1.1 million as of 2021 per U.S. Census data, with over 80 people, including their pets, moving here daily from 2020 to 2021. This means there has been an increase of almost 3 times the population since 1993 when the shelter was built, but 0 meaningful additions have been made to add shelter space for the additional animals. How is that possible? Let's talk about how many animals are currently in ACC. Just last year, in 2021, the shelter took in 8,041 animals, 5,041 of which were dogs. As of May 2022, year-to-date, the shelter has taken in 3,302 animals, 2,317 of which were dogs. ACC is open intake, which means they cannot turn away animals even when at full capacity. Unfortunately, the shelter is at and has been at critical capacity for months. This means that although we have a target 90% save rate, we have not been meeting that goal. I have provided a reference sheet that cites my data. These statistics break my heart. How can we have that huge of a population increase with no increase in kennel space, yet continue to call ourselves a dog-friendly city? The animals we shelter now do not have cushy lives. Our cages and kennels are overcrowded. We as volunteers have been informed by shelter staff that the shelter does not meet the Department of Agriculture code in multiple areas. One of these areas being the play yards, and when areas like the play yards are not up to code, the animals are unable to use them for daily exercise. They instead spend the vast majority of their days in their kennels. The shelter is understaffed, meaning if volunteers don't walk dogs, they may go days without being out. If you have a pet, imagine that pet in a shelter, constrained by cement walls, and only being able to get out once every 3 days for 15 minutes, and not even being able to run and play in a yard when they do go outside to play. I have provided you with pictures of a few dogs recently that I have, as a volunteer, grew to love and adore, but ultimately they did not get the ending they deserved. I truly believe if we had the budget and space, these dogs would have gotten the ending they deserved, a long, happy, safe, healthy life in their forever homes. The people of Charlotte care about these animals. Just look at social media engagement on ACC's Facebook page and the number of posts on apps like Nextdoor that beg ACC staff members, volunteers, and fosters to keep doing what they do. I hope you'll show that you care about these animals too, and about protecting public safety by increasing funding for animal care and control. We need a larger and updated facility and/or a second facility for overflow use that can safely and comfortably house more animals to save more lives and meet or even ideally surpass our 90% save rate. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but thank you for your time.
We have heard you, and thank you for sharing that information. Thank you all for being volunteers at our shelter. We will follow up with you, so thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jorge Castaneda and Norma Almeida. If you will both come down. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I am speaking here on behalf of myself and also on behalf of the vendors of the Central Market. Major Lyles, I am saying this to you and the other members of the chamber. I want to make a petition to reopen the Central Avenue Flea Market. Since the fateful day the market was closed to us, we have been in a struggle to get our business and our economy back to normal. Personally, in my fruit business, I have bought that day more than $20,000 in merchandise. And because they closed the flea market, more than 90% of my merchandise went to trash. It was unfair the way they closed the flea market without giving us at least the opportunity to sell during that weekend. I want to thank Ms. Argemira to speak in favor of us, but nothing has been done since that day. I don't only lose my merchandise, I lost the opportunity to continue selling my products and to bring more income to my family. My debts getting bigger day by day. I want to show to you guys 2 statements from my credit card. This is for my business. I am late on payments on my credit cards. And if this situation keeps going the same way, I am not going to be able to pay my truck payment. I'm going to lose it, and I use it for my business. I want you guys to put this situation on your hearts and help us solve it. We are struggling with this situation. This is the proof. This is my name. This is my business. I'm losing it. Everybody who sells on this flea market of the Central Avenue is losing it. Please do something to reopen or give us the opportunity to buy the land. We create a non-public organization. We don't want nothing free, but we want to work with the city of Charlotte. The right way to put our small business in the city of Charlotte, the way it was. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Ms. Almeida.
Good afternoon. My name is Norma Amada. I'm here to address you because you are the people of authority who have the ability to help our families, those of which used to have a stable job at the Central Flea Market. 7 months ago, you guys promised our families help finding a new place to work at. And so far, till this day, we have received none of what was promised. All of this is slowly starting to affect me. I am a student who wishes that someday she will have the ability to sit in the chair that you are sitting in today. But unfortunately with that, what you guys have done to me and my family in these past 7 months, my mom has lost her main job, and thanks to not having the opportunity to reopen the flea market, we once had many of us and many of our families don't have the opportunity to go to school, and many fall into debt. Me and my mom aren't asking for much, but for the opportunity to work. In your hands is the future of many of us kids. Not only that, but our dreams. And debt is something many of us don't want to fall into. We are asking that you reopen the flea market, a place where many hardworking people once fed their families from. We, the people of the Central Flea Market, my mom, me, and everyone sitting in this room today, we all ask that you reopen our place of work. We are all here because we want to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Astrid Jimenez and Hector Vaca. If you'll both come down.
Sorry, I'm gonna grab a stool.
That's fine. Please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Council members. My name is Astrid, and I am a vendor at the Charlotte Open Air Market. And I own a food truck that helps provide for my family, along with my mom and my sister. I'm here as a reminder of a pending promise of finding a relocation site for our market, as the last two people have spoken. It has been approximately 6 to 7 months since we've last stood here and heard you promise to us at the relocation site, that you would help us find a relocation site. We are on the cusp of a recession with vendors struggling to meet ends meet, as Jorge mentioned with his debt. Again, it's been 6 months and we've yet to hear back. Please put yourself in the shoes of the mothers and fathers of this market and who only seek the opportunity to provide for their kids. Our vendors have been tirelessly looking for a location, but have had no luck. We have been out of business for 6 to 7 months. We're not willing to be pushed aside. We are small businesses bringing a huge revenue to the city of Charlotte. What resolutions do you guys have for us? That's the only thing we're asking. To remind you, we are gathered together to urge you to honor your commitment in forming a partnership with the City of Charlotte to help the Central Avenue Market vendors find a permanent location. We ask that you deeply consider our request and help the people of our community find a safe and family-friendly location for our business. Thank you again for your time, and we hope we can find a resolution together.
I understand we'll continue to look for properties that you would be willing or you find acceptable, so you'll hear back from us in the next several weeks or several days. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jones, can you provide an update to council on this?
We're not done.
I'm sorry, we have Mr. Vaca to go, but I just wanted to, she asked when, and so we will get back. Thank you. Mr. Vaca?
Good afternoon. My name is Hector Vaca. I am the Immigrant Justice Director for Action NC, but I've also have the privilege of being on the board for the Central Flea Market. They've elected me to be on the board. I'm here today in support of the Central Flea Market vendors. Several months ago, the City of Charlotte agreed that the circumstances that led to the ejectment of these vendors were less than ideal. It was also agreed that the vendors were not at fault for staying on the property as they were not adequately informed of their need to vacate. As a result of these unfortunate circumstances, the Charlotte City Council and the City of Charlotte made a commitment to assist these vendors in finding a new location to establish their market. The city also agreed to help finance this new location with for a period of time. Sadly, up to this moment, the City of Charlotte has not delivered on its promise to find a location for the collective of family businesses to work and thrive. The manner in which many of these vendors were ejected by CMPD can only be described as a raid by an occupying force, as property was willfully damaged. Adding insult to injury, the city staff members that led the raid were observed to have knocked elbows with smiles on their faces as if they were saying to each other, "Good job." This has yet to be addressed by the city. Between the property damage caused by CMPD, the loss of thousands of dollars in perishables, loss of customers, and cost of temporary relocation, many of these families' businesses are in debt, in many cases tens of thousands of dollars. The forced closing of the Central Flea Market is a symptom of a much larger problem. At the moment, many of our affordable communities are being gentrified as this city council has allowed developers to price people out of their neighborhoods, causing many to move forward further away and spend more on gas and public transportation just to get to work, doctor's visits, shopping, and school. The Center Flea Market provided many of the goods and services that many of these families depended on at affordable prices. As many economists are predicting, we will fall into a recession. The city's lack of follow-through on its commitments is unacceptable, especially during a time when many of you are up for re-election. This city council has yet to show its leadership in protecting our neighborhoods from developers. It has yet to show a true commitment to small businesses as it cowers to the will of corporate landlords and developers. During this election season, we, the community, challenge the city council to step up and truly lead, showing us why you deserve to be reelected. You can start by honoring your commitment and promises. Defend the bullied instead of the bullies. Support the Central Flea Market vendors. Help these working families to get back to work.
It's painful to hear that kind of comment about the work that we are doing. So I'm asking Assistant City Manager Cagle to actually give us an update on what has happened and what is going on, especially because so many of you are here tonight, and we want to make sure that we leave you with what our perspective is on this issue. Mr. Cagle?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm happy to provide an update. So Mr. Rios and I have been working on this for several months now since the situation at Eastland occurred. We have found some sites, but none of them are ideal. Most of the sites, or all of the sites that we found so far, are too small to accommodate the number of vendors in one location like Eastland did. So we continue to work on it. We've also had continuing conversations with private site owners, with nonprofits in the area. Again, and we continue to work on it, but one of the major problems that we continue to run into is site size. And quite frankly, that has been a challenge for us, finding a site that is large enough to accommodate all of the vendors in one location with all of the infrastructure, parking and those kinds of things.
So who are you working with in the community as you evaluate the sites? Who is commenting on that evaluation of those sites?
Yeah, so Mr. Rios has been working directly with Hector.
Over here?
So Mr. Rios has been in contact with Mr. Vaca and others of the newly formed cooperative or group of vendors, and some others as well. So again, there have been several site tours or several conversations, but none of those conversations and tours have yielded results for a site adequate to accommodate all the vendors.
Mr. Cagle, I know this is all about the sites, and I understand you've had multiple sites, but what is the size of the site in case anyone is watching on us, and the size of the site that's necessary to meet the requirements that the community is asking for? What is the size?
Yeah, so it is tough to give it an exact size, but I would say we're talking about at least an acre. Once you start factoring in parking and other size and other things, it is a very large site. And if you think about Eastland, it was 80 acres of pavement, but completely open. And so once you start to factor in parking and space for the vendors and all of the goods and other things to be set up, we're talking about a fairly substantial size site, although it may be possible to do it with slightly smaller space.
So the acre is for the vendors, but the parking adds additional need for additional property and storage, I guess. I remember being at the site, and there were all kinds, it was a large site. So is there anything else that you would like to say to this group tonight as we continue to work through this?
No, absolutely. I guess what I would say is we will continue working on this. Mr. Rios and I have been working on this, and we will continue working on it. We remain committed to try to find a site and to work with the vendors if that site, financially, the vendors need support or assistance from the city reestablishing their business. We understand that, and we remain committed to that.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to end our public session, and Mr. Jones is going to provide a report that's in more detail tonight.
Can we ask questions? I have follow-up questions for Mr. Cagle.
I know. Could you provide those questions to the city
No, I
manager?
think I would like public to hear from us directly the questions that we have. I think we haven't been given.
All right, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Eggleston, who asked to speak.
Well, that was the thing I was wanting to get at, was just, the media is obviously going to be covering this tonight. There are a lot of people out in the community who might have sites that are vacant or unused, or they might have sites that don't have development plans for 5 or 10 years that might say, my site can be that solution for a year or 2 years or 5 years. And so just wanting to give the media and the public who are watching as much information as possible about what that site looks like. I assume there's a desire for it to be somewhat proximate to the former site. If that was a successful site, I assume there's a desire to be in East Charlotte or somewhere thereabouts. So just anything we might want to be on that sort of ad that goes out via the media tonight about what is being looked for. So I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to that, what you've already said.
Yeah, so thus far, what we have been looking for is a site that is on the east side, possibly on the west side. Again, that was part of the conversations that Mr. Rios and I have had with Mr. Vaca. One of the largest issues here is trying to find a site that is going to accommodate the traffic, folks coming to the market, and provide ample space for the vendors to set up and be able to conduct business. And that has been a difficult thing. You know, not every site, some sites may be large enough, but they don't have the infrastructure, right? They don't have the parking, or they're just fields, or even sites that formerly were other things, you know, that are paved, but they may be in poor condition and would create hazardous conditions for folks walking around and others. So, you know, I would love to speak to anyone in the community who has ideas around possible sites, because that's where we are at right now, is trying to find that site. And thus far, it has been very difficult to find.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cagle. We've been working, at least touching base, since this first came to our attention. And I know that there have been many different folks, as you said, in the community that have reached out, that we've tried to make work, that just hasn't worked out yet. I see Mr. Vaca holding up a sign that says a minimum of 5 acres is needed to accommodate the space. So if that wants to go out, that's helpful. One question I have of a potential partner to help us figure this out, have we reached out to the county? And I ask that because, you know, food deserts, for one, this is a goal in the Comp 2040 plan, right? As many vendors have said, they provide foodstuffs, especially food items that can't be found in some traditional stores that are important to the community over there. But the county really does have more resources than us as systems set up to think about food distribution and think about how to look at these things from yes, an economic development perspective that we do, but also from the Health and Human Services perspective. Wondering if there are ways to maybe interconnect. I just think of, for instance, McAlpine Park over there or something like that. Are there, maybe this is something that they could, I want to obviously not put any words in their mouth, but this is something that they do think of, and they have systems in place. Have we? And if we haven't, can we?
So, yes, sir, this has come up as part of the conversation. So one question was, would the county be willing to make some park space available, because there are parks available? The county does have a process to allow for festivals, different activities at parks, but that is a permitted process. It is not for free. There are charges associated with it. And the other problem with it is it's difficult to have certainty, right? To be able to lock in one specific location for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, for any certain amount of time. What the county allows for is groups, if they want to have a festival or some kind of event, to permit that or ask for a permit of that on an event-by-event basis, and it makes it very difficult. So number one, there's the economic considerations, but it also makes it very difficult to create certainty with a specific location. So I have had that conversation with the county Parks and Rec folks, and that was where they are on.
How about from a public health component and the access to fresh fruits and vegetables to neighbors and neighborhoods that would otherwise be in a food desert?
Certainly willing to reach out to the county and have that conversation.
Let's try that angle. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity. I know we were considering several sites, especially Siemens Y, which is just few blocks from where the current site is located. We were also considering Aldersgate. Could you please tell us why those options didn't work?
Simmons Y is too small. However, there may be some options with Simmons Y. The Simmons Y, they are still willing to talk about options. Their specific site is too small. It probably would require cooperation from CMS. The Simmons Y is adjacent to a school. So in theory, if the three, the Y, CMS, and the vendors could work something out for a joint use, that is a possibility. But again, the Simmons Y site, the part that they own, was deemed too small. There were some on-site tours and walkthroughs. But the Y is interested. Aldersgate, their board chose not to move forward with it, not because they weren't interested. It was because the site that they have, which is sufficiently large enough, they do have development plans, and they could not say for certain how quickly those development plans will be moving forward. It could be any time in the next 3 to 8 months, and so they weren't comfortable moving forward with this, knowing that they may have to stop the market within a short period of time for their own Aldersgate development.
Got it. So the Aldersgate option is no longer an option. So really, the only option that you were all exploring was the one with Siemens Y.
So
And CMS collaboration. Have we facilitated that conversation with this group?
with the group of vendors?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we have had the conversation. They have done the walkthrough, but it was not a site that was large enough. We still need to see if CMS is willing to partner on this, but even then, there may be some space constraints on that site. The CMS parking lot could assist, but it is still, it will be a space-constrained site, especially in context of a desire to have a 5-acre site. That will be difficult.
All right. So could I'm trying to figure out, was there a meeting between CMS, Siemens Y, and vendors
No, ma'am, there was a meeting
in
between
the city?
There was a meeting with Mr. Rios, with the Simmons Y and the vendors, and at that point, it was determined that the Y site was not feasible. So I am saying that I do not know that the Y site can be feasible, but we could re-engage the Y and try to engage CMS to see if there's an option. But at this point, the Y site was deemed infeasible due to size.
Okay. It's just very I'm disappointed in this. And I have expressed my frustration with Mr. Jones and my colleagues that we have failed our airport vendors. We have failed our open-air vendors. We have always figured out the way to do big things. How about we start doing small things, especially support these vendors? Their livelihood depends on this site. They have brought traction to this Eastland site. I have gone there many times to buy produce, and they really bring not just unique nature, culture, but also workforce development opportunities. And I think we just need to find a way to do this. We have found a way to do big projects, right? Blue Line. We have found ways to do Spectrum's arena renovation, all the big projects. Why can't we figure out a way to do this? We got to give them the same level of respect that we provide to large entities, businesses, and corporations. So can we get next steps on this? What will be the next steps?
Yeah, I will be happy to provide you an update on next steps. I will discuss next steps with Mr. Rios, and we will be reaching out to the vendors as well. At this point, next steps will be to continue to try to find a site that is suitable.
And I would also like to see if we can add this to our agenda, so we have a public discussion on this, so that community can directly hear the efforts that we are actually making to find space for them. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Brent and I suppose Federico's probably not here tonight. I do appreciate your efforts. I likewise appreciate the efforts of the collaborative, Hector as well, who was here tonight and gave a very impassioned speech. I think what you've heard is that much like this is a priority for the community, it's a priority for many of us here on council. So I want you, as you continue to work and try to find a site that is suitable in size to the needs of the collaborative. And my hope, much like Councilmember Eggleston has said a moment ago, my hope is maybe someone watching tonight might have a site that's suitable, or alternatively, maybe if we work with the county, right? As Councilmember Winston was saying, we can come to some sort of arrangement and find a solution to this. But I still feel like in the interim, we need to continue to find solutions as well. If we have multiple sites that are available, understanding that there are vendors whose businesses are very much in need, their families are very much in need, maybe we can work and find ways in which we can accommodate those vendors in the meantime. You had mentioned, and I know that this has been a part of this process, so part of the conversation has been helping fund the vendors if and when we find that larger site. Maybe we can start some of those measures in the interim as well. So a couple of additional options I think that are worth considering as we move forward and continue to work on this, finding one of those larger sites that can accommodate everyone. And I am also in agreement with my colleagues in as much as continued updates are concerned. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to piggyback off what Councilmember Newton said, as far as looking at interim solutions. I wanted to ask, how much space did the vendors take up before?
So I struggle to answer that because Eastland was not space constrained, right? It is a massive site that is literally 80 acres of parking lot, and there were no space constraints. It was the space needed was available because it was open. And so, I said an acre. Mr. Vaca clearly believes 5 acres. Somewhere we need to find a site between 1 and 5 acres. The city does not own a site like that. And that has been our struggle, is to find a site like that is privately held or held by a nonprofit that would be available for this. And this is
We're asking once again.
It is a very difficult ask. It has been very difficult.
But my question was, and maybe we can ask Mr. Vaca, how much space the vendors took up before of that, of Eastland Mall? There was, you all took up 10 acres?
Yeah, I think they were using.
Yeah, we can't, you're going to have to come down, Miss.
Yes,
I
thank
think
you.
actually, if you would,
This,
Be careful.
Gosh, yeah, be careful.
All right, so the vendors are telling me right now that it was somewhere between 6 and 10 that they were actually physically using when they were at the Eastland Mall.
Okay, and I know that that space has been sold, but there's not activity on all of the space there currently, is there? Right, like if it's not under construction, is there a section of that space that we can allow them to use? Because when you're a small business owner, 6 days is a long time without income, let alone 6 months. So, I know. So, and I know we as council are in discussion about, some of the land. So if there's some land that's an opportunity for them to use in the meantime, I think that's an alternative. Also, I mean, if we don't have room for all of them, they can coordinate if some of the vendors can work, 2 weeks out of the, or two of the weeks out of the month or something, and offer them space for them to solve. It's a percentage of something is better than, 100% of nothing. So if there's an alternative, if we have the ability to allow them to use some of the space in Eastland until we actually need that space, I think that that's a solution. We know there's the parking, they know the location, and I just think that we need to look at interim solutions sooner than later, I mean, immediately, for their livelihood.
thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
I'd like to do it as well.
Ms. Watlington?
I guess I have a couple of questions, Mr. Cagle, and a little bit along the lines of what Councilmember Johnson was just talking about. I really just feel like this is an opportunity. I think about, we talk about food deserts, we talk about corridors of opportunity. In so much as we can create an opportunity for the businesses to have somewhere to conduct businesses, and also then create a cultural experience and create a physical health experience for members of the community who wouldn't otherwise get it. I just think that this could be great. So to that end, I just wanted to ask about what you all have done or what the status may be of a couple of different items. Firstly, the state regional farmers markets, what conversation has there been in regards to working with them?
so we have not had conversations with any of the regional farmers markets.
And is that an opportunity, or was there something that prohibited that?
It probably depends. I would suspect that some vendors it may be an opportunity for, and some vendors not. We would need to reach out to understand that. But clearly, as we've been talking to Mr. Vaca and the vendors, we've said any site that they believe is viable, to bring that to us. Let's talk about that. And thus far, none of the farmers markets have risen as possible sites.
Okay, if we could just add that to the list of places to investigate. The next thing, I love this idea really of smaller multiple markets. I think about, we do Camden Commons now in South End, and so vendors that, you all know what Camden Commons is, where we set aside space where there is a public street or whatnot, and vendors are able to come out. I don't see any reason why we couldn't adopt a similar model for the open air market, even in the smaller capacity. There may be particular themes, or certain vendors can sign up for certain areas across the city. I know that would require us to scale up our public street or our open streets program, but I certainly think this could be a worthy cause to do so. So I'd love to see that. I also think about some of our other event space. I know that as we talk about this performance center next to the basketball center, that this is exactly the kinds of things that we would want to create a space for there. And so in so much as we could utilize our vacant lots that are over there right now as we have these conversations, that could be an additional draw to Uptown. I think that could be a win-win. Bojangles Coliseum, whatever other event places that we have, why not put this on as a particular event So those are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about. So I'd love to see the results of those investigations. Thanks.
So I will say, even when this started, so I will say, one of the options that we looked at, but again, it did not, there were issues. We did have conversations with Park Expo. Again, so Park Expo is a little bit different. Size was not the issue there. It was cost and the consistency with which Park Expo could provide, because they have shows coming in. So it's difficult when, 3 weekends, sure, but the next weekend, no, and 2 weekends after that. And that became the problem, especially with Park Expo. One, the cost, but also really with the other events and consistency, making the site available consistently for the open air market.
Understood.
No, go ahead.
The last thing I was going to say is I absolutely can understand the difficulties of trying to get consistency. I would offer that given the current circumstance, 2 out of 4 is better than 0 out of 4. So just food for thought.
So you can hear the understanding of the council, the commitment of the council, as well as the staff to continue to work on this. So we appreciate all of you and understand that this is something that's, it is about how do we actually develop and work with small businesses in our community. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're not going to finish?
Oh,
with the
I didn't
folks
know
who
you
didn't
were,
speak? Yes.
you wanted to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, did you also want to speak?
I think Councilmember Wallington has kind of wrapped it up for me, other than to say that, listen, we hear you, we understand the plight, but we also understand the reality of trying to find 6 to 10 acres in East Charlotte that's unoccupied, that can be leased for 18 to 24 months. I think Councilmember Wallington suggests something smaller may be better than nothing, and so I think both parties, especially the vendors and my family, were vendors as well. My grandmother sold flowers in the market in Charleston, so I get it, I understand it, how that supports a family. So I get it, but I think you have to understand some of the restrictions that we have of trying to meet the requirements that's necessary for an environment that is safe, that environment that is clean, that environment that is consistent, that you can depend on for 18, 24 months, something that you can rely on. And so I don't want to leave the impression that the council is ignoring the problem. I think we've heard tonight that staff has been engaging the leadership of the organization to try to identify possible solutions. But the reality is this is a tough problem. And so I hope that the committee, the group, will give the council the grace to work with your leadership to find a permanent solution. It's not as easy as finding 6 acres in East Charlotte near the current site that's unoccupied and available.
All right, Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. I think the problem that I've heard loud and clear is that Jorge, who came and spoke and held up his bills, can't wait anymore. There's no more time for waiting. So what we have to do here is very easily recognize one thing. There's a difference between all of us when you show up in force and us talking here to you and paying you lip service and telling you, oh, we care, and then staff is left on their own to try to figure out things. There's a big difference between that and us saying, I'm going to take personal notice of this and go solve the problem alongside staff. And that is the problem right now. You guys don't need more lip service. You need action, and it isn't going to happen around this dais. So what we have to do is very simple, because I'm not going to sit here and do the same thing and feed you the lip service. I've been communicating with my team right up there. Charlie and David are going to take point, and we're going to spend the next 60 days solving this. We're going to figure it out and work alongside everybody and make it happen. So I'll see you guys on the streets for that.
You shouldn't write checks you can't cash.
I just took a big risk making that commitment, but we're going to follow
Mr.
through.
Vaca and Mr. Bakari will meet, and we will continue to appeal to people that are watching us to see if there is an opportunity to resolve this. But Mr. Vaca, be sure to contact Mr. Bakari.
One last question. For Brent. Does the city still own how much of the land does the city still own?
Of what?
At that Eastland Mall site?
Of the Eastland site, the city owns 100% of it.
Okay. Okay. The city owns, then, okay. The city owns 100%, so then I'd like to make a motion that we allow the vendors to continue to use the space, perhaps on a month-to-month basis. But I would like to make a motion to allow them to use the space until it's absolutely needed. If it's sitting there waiting on construction, I understand we're moving forward, we're developing it, we get that. But if it's not needed or if it hasn't sold at this time, if we still own the land, they could have been using it for the past 6 months. It sounds like. So that's my motion, and I'd like to make that motion, Mayor. Hopefully I have a second.
You have to have unanimous support to put it on the agenda.
Okay.
So we have to have a motion to put.
You had
It's
second.
not on the agenda. So, I think that we could ask, Ms. Johnson, you could ask.
Well, you know, I bet.
I'm
sorry.
I think you could ask the city staff to tell you if that's feasible and bring it back quickly, so.
Well, can you find out if we have unanimous consent on the?
We certainly
On
can.
the,
All right, I have a motion to add this to the agenda. Is there anyone that, raise your hand if you'd like to see that motion on the agenda. I'm sorry, you want to discuss the motion, Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs would like to speak to the motion.
So I don't think we should do this hastily tonight because there's a whole sequence of events related to our development at Eastland and our plans for Eastland, which are large scale and where there are lead times. And the site had to be cleared, if I understand correctly, because of site development and other work that's taking place or is intended to take place there. So I would like to see us at least get the benefit of a little more input from the staff and have an orderly vote on the agenda at a future meeting and not tonight.
Well, you know, can I?
Ms. Johnson, I'm
Can I just
sorry.
respond to that? I was just giving
Not unless you've made a motion, he has commented on the motion, further discussion on the motion.
Okay, this is
All
further
right.
discussion.
I'm sorry, it doesn't, because if Mr., it's not going to be
I'm a no,
unanimous.
so it's
He is
not happening.
He is opposed to it, so it's not going to be on the agenda.
That's fine. I was
So
just
thank
giving
you.
the Republicans an opportunity
All right.
to act tonight, like they said they would.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
No,
Right.
no.
Simmer.
Just
All right,
don't
I think
start
we're
with
ready.
that.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the time and attention. I think you do have an action step, so please look forward to the conversation with Mr. Bakari and Mr. Vatka, and we'll move, and the staff will continue to do the work that council has acknowledged or attempted to present as an alternative. So that is the end of our public forum. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, we are now on our next agenda item, which is it is our next public hearing. Again, this is a series of public hearings that we're having as under development. We'll begin with a public hearing on the City of Charlotte's Unified Development Ordinance, and I would like to recognize the chair of the Transportation and Planning Committee, Ms. Isolt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I have a point of, just a point of order on the last issue. We didn't have unanimous consent, but don't we just need 6 to put it on a future agenda?
That wasn't the, you wanted to vote on it tonight.
You said to vote on it, you made the motion for tonight, so talk to the city attorney, and you guys get it straightened out, and then we can figure it out. All right, let's go with the next. Thank you very much for your attendance, really appreciate it. All right, we're going to start. As soon as we're done.
If you all are leaving, can you keep it down a little bit, because we are moving on to the next agenda item. In a moment, we're going to hear from Allison Craig, our interim planning director, for a brief overview on where we are in the process of developing the Unified Development Ordinance, or as many of you know, that it's called the UDO. And I would just want to say, for those who aren't as familiar with the UDO, this is, we estimated, at least 7 years in the making. I recall that far back. Mr. Driggs probably does, and those of us who've been on council that long. And so this isn't something that was developed overnight. It's been developed with the engagement of two groups of citizens that made up professionals and residents that met for a couple years, even pre-COVID. And it's basically a course correction of all of the comprehensive ordinances that have been overlaid for decades and that we knew conflicted with each other in many cases. And so it's hard to do something to correct something that's been done for decades, but the UDO is this attempt to set the groundwork in a document in order to move forward with planned development for a community, something that we have been desperately needing, because for anybody who tunes into our zoning meetings, we go through 5-7 hours on a Monday hearing planning proposals on a transactional basis, and this is part of moving forward with a planned growth. We know that there's differences of opinions on topics. We're going to hear from speakers tonight on both sides of the issue, and I think that's really important because this is a living document. We know that once it's voted on, if we get to vote on it, that there will be changes to the ordinance. So for anybody who's not completely happy, and I don't know, maybe we'll hear from some speakers who love the entire thing tonight, but I think you'll see you will see a difference of opinion on both sides, and know that this is anticipated. There can be edits to this ordinance after it's been approved at any time, and we anticipate it will, because the city's growing and we will see changes to the city that we didn't anticipate. So with that, I'd like to invite up our interim planning director, Allison Craig. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Manager, Council, and members of the public. I wanted to take a few moments to highlight the history of the work on the UDO and where we are today and next steps. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, as well as the mayor, there's been a great deal of work, and many years have gone into developing the city's first Unified Development Ordinance. I would like to thank Laura Harmon, the UDO project manager, for her leadership and all the efforts by the UDO team, our consultants, Camiros, and all of the city and the county departments who have collaborated on this. Also, very involved in the development of the UDO, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, is the Ordinance Advisory Committee. This was formed in late 2016 to begin talking through updates to ordinances written at different times over the last 30 years to reduce inter-ordinance conflicts and modernize our regulations. The OAC is made up of neighborhood representatives, community members, development industry, and advocacy groups. In 2018, the city made the decision to complete a comprehensive plan to set a citywide comprehensive vision. The full UDO rewrite was paused, but we completed some quick wins with text amendments to particularly challenging parts of the ordinance and completed a total rewrite of the transit-oriented development regulations, which were passed by council in 2019. The UDO team has worked closely over the last few years with the comprehensive plan team and released the first draft of the UDO in fall of 2021. Since the first draft was released, we have had many meetings with the community, stakeholder groups, Planning Commission, and Council, including several UDO workshops with council members. We believe the UDO represents a balance of all the feedback that we have received. I wanted to highlight a few topics that have been discussed a lot over the last year. First, starting about trees, we've had a lot of conversations about heritage trees. Heritage tree requirements are a big step forward for Charlotte, as these trees are not regulated or protected today. Allowing removal where demonstrated conflicts exist is the best place to begin these regulations for Charlotte, as it will allow us to track and better understand the location and the impact that heritage trees have for residents and for Charlotte's tree canopy, and better understand how regulations should be modified in the future. What we haven't talked about are some of the other tree regulation highlights. The UDO contains stronger preservation requirements than we have in the ordinance today. We've removed all tree save exemptions, increased tree save area, and have also increased the cap for tree save payment in lieu. We've got new frontage planning requirements for residential single-lot infill development that will provide important tree-lined sidewalks in our community. And finally, funding programs from fees collected in the UDO will bring thousands of new trees into our city and provide residents help in managing their large trees. For parking, the draft as written creates a balance between limiting parking in an area where there are other transportation alternatives while recognizing that some of our cities still requires cars and parking. As we continue to advance our transportation goals, including those recently passed by council with the Strategic Mobility Plan, we will update parking requirements. We are working with CDOT, who is currently conducting a parking study, and will use this information to guide changes in the future. Building heights. We've heard from council and the community that greater transitions are needed between neighborhoods and higher density. We made that adjustment in the second draft and have balanced that with increased heights in district where additional density should be prioritized, like centers. And finally, affordable housing. The residential density bonus in today's ordinance has never been used. The height bonus program and TOD, however, has been successful and has committed more than $5 million to the Housing Trust Fund. The UDO will expand this to more districts, potentially 4 times the land area of TOD. And finally, we've worked closely with Housing and Neighborhood Services, and we've proposed a menu of new incentives that will effectively add more affordable units and homes to Charlotte. We are proposing a UDO effective date of June the 1st, 2023. This allows us time to update our processes and educate the public on the changes. You've heard Mayor Pro Tem mention this as a living document, and you've heard me mention several times about updating the UDO. We view it, yes, as a living document, and will continue to bring text amendments forward as we learn from implementation, as well as recommendations for updates that come from the community, from council, and council committees and commissions. Tonight, we'll be hearing on 3 connected items: the UDO, the Streets Manual and Map, and an amendment to the tree ordinance. The Streets Manual and Map is an important complement to the UDO, as there are standards in the UDO that depend on the type of street. Further, the Comprehensive Transportation Review that provides additional multimodal requirements and updates to traffic impact studies for rezoning and by right projects depends on the type of zoning district outlined in the UDO. Tonight, finally, there's also a hearing on the tree ordinance. This is partially procedural, as it aligns the development-related tree regulations into the Unified Development Ordinance and the non-development regulations into the tree ordinance. After tonight, the next step in the process will be to go before the Planning Committee of the Planning Commission, who is responsible for providing a recommendation to council in advance of the council vote on August 22nd. Planning Committee and Commission Chairperson Kiba Samuel is here alongside other committee and commission members. They meet on July 19th at 5:30 p.m. At that meeting, Planning Committee will discuss and make recommendations on the UDO and the tree ordinance that have public hearings tonight. Prior to that meeting, you're welcome to contact them to provide input. You can find their contact information on the city's website. In advance of the Planning Committee meeting, we will issue a summary of recommended changes to the UDO on July the 14th for Planning Committee's consideration and for public view. These changes are based on feedback we received since the second draft was released, including comments made this evening. To clearly identify all recommended additions and deletions, the summary will be redlined and highlighted to clearly distinguish staff recommendations since the second draft release. Any additional recommendations or changes determined by the Planning Committee at their July 19th meeting will be incorporated into a third draft called the adoption draft that will be released on August 15th in advance of the City Council vote on August 22nd. And finally, I look forward to hearing comments from the community and from council, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, now we will hear from our speakers. I'm going to call 4 people down at a time. I also want to recognize that we have the Planning Commission's, is it the Zoning Committee, Ms. Samuel? The Planning Committee in attendance with us tonight for the public hearing. So please, thank you very much. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and so I would like to invite Ron Koppelman, Eric Zavarro, and Lorena Castillo-Rios, and Steve Yaffe down. If you'll come down this side, if you are here to speak. Let's see, do we have? Is Eric virtual? Eric is virtual? Yes. Okay. Mr. Zavarro is virtual. I don't have that list of virtual. Is Mr. Yaffe here? Okay. All right, if you'll go ahead and say your names. before we speak? Before you speak. Thank you. Ladies first, I guess, huh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, and it's Lorena Castillo-Ritz, that's in Ritz-Carlton. I stand here before you for the third time addressing the same issue. The UDO. It's not all bad. Some of it has some good parts, but specifically the abolishment of single-family housing. It feels like it fell upon some deaf ears. Some of the council members are trying to pull a fast one on the citizens of Charlotte by getting rid of single-family housing during the lame duck session. That is very disappointing. As stated before, this plan hurts the very communities most of the council say they're trying to help. It wasn't planned, but a perfect example. I'm 100% Hispanic. My parents immigrated from El Salvador. That Hispanic community was moved out by developers. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You had 6 months to help them. I digressed a little. Extreme measures, such as abolishing single-family homes, very rarely works. This part of the UDO makes it harder for young families of median income to eventually buy a single-family home where their children can play outside in their own yards, a place to call of their own. All of the young families I have spoken to, 100% of them, about the UDO are unaware of the abolishment of single-family houses and are not interested in living in close quarters in multifamily units. The people who are really going to reap from this are the developers. And I think it was a developer who moved out my community, my Hispanic community, out of that part of town. This will make the cost of single-family dwellings sky high, which will make it impossible for young families to buy a home. This is like an alternate reality for me, where Mr. Potter of It's a Wonderful Life, or Biff of Back to the Future Part 2, takes over and ruins our beautiful community.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Ritz. Ms. Ritz, thank you for your comments. If you have additional remarks and you'd like to leave them with the clerk for the record, we will have a copy of those. All right, Mr. Koppelman? Is Mr. Koppelman here? All right, we are going to go to our first virtual, Eric Savero. Is that Mr. Koppelman? No, that is Mr. Yaffe. Aren't you Mr. Yaffe? Yes, that's Mr.
okay,
Yaffe.
sorry.
I do read your emails, so I want to know, I recognize who you are. All right, Eric, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Eric Saverl. I am sharing Sustain Charlotte's feedback on the current UDO draft. Since 2017, I served on the Ordinance Advisory Committee, first working on the TOD ordinance update and then on the UDO itself. We have submitted over 24 comments on the UDO since last year. Most of the comments dealt with supporting the tree heritage protections, reducing parking requirements, and the general improvements to the zoning using smart growth principles. City Council attempted to incorporate some of our recommendations regarding parking into the second draft, but given the negative feedback and general hesitation from your work sessions, that they never made it. We are disappointed to see Charlotte move backwards by requiring more parking in this draft than we currently require in our most recent TOD ordinance adopted in 2019. And we're especially saddened to see this around our transit stations. Therefore, we urge you to support the changes to the parking regulations staff first proposed in this draft. Additionally, we're also asking for you to keep protections for heritage trees, including safeguards to prevent loopholes and to restore some of the building design standards that were removed from the first draft. I don't have time to cover all the items that we support in the latest draft, but our other fellow members of Neighbors for More Neighbors Coalition are here tonight, and they will cover the items we share together. If our recommended changes to the parking requirements are incorporated in this final draft, we will support it and encourage you to do the same. Strong leadership is needed from you to tackle the necessary work to seriously move us beyond our car dependence that we have today. Perfect this document is not, but it is a step in the right direction towards achieving our climate, affordable housing, economic mobility, and equity goals. Thank you for this opportunity. We hope to continue to work with us in making Charlotte a more livable not just for the current residents.
Thank you very
but also
much,
future
Eric. We
generations.
appreciate your remarks. Mr. Yaffe, and we're going to follow Mr. Yaffe with Julie Porter and Laura Belcher and Sam Smith and Tony Lathrop, if you would be ready to come to the podium. Mr. Yaffe.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity as a new resident of Charlotte to testify regarding the draft UDO. Adoption of a revised UDO is, of course, not an end of itself in itself. The UDO will have to interact with the Charlotte Comprehensive Plan as well as the Strategic Mobility Plan in governing land use. We'll also have to interact with health policies and other aspects of local government to do this properly. The common objective, of course, is a city that enables all of its citizens to fully engage in learning, earning, and peacefully participating in community life. So I'm here tonight to emphasize both the collaboration aspects and the needs of people with disabilities. And thank you for that excellent resolution on Disability Awareness Day, very relevant. Consistently, surveys of people with disabilities highlights two impediments to living a productive life: the lack of affordable, accessible housing and transportation, which is my field. People with disabilities are twice as likely not to have dependable transportation, which of course makes it difficult to find and keep their jobs, take care of health needs, build friendships, relationships, and family connections, and take part in community activities in the local economy. By enabling people with disabilities to live near transit hubs, especially in transit-oriented developments, more can connect with jobs, shopping, and services. I want to thank the Charlotte Planning, Design, and Development staff for defining pedestrian in Article 2.3 of the draft UDO as anyone who travels on foot, as well as those with disabilities who require assistive devices. I also appreciate the emphasis on affordable housing in Section 16.1 and 16.4, but let's make a connection. Affordable housing should be accessible. Incorporating the principles of universal design into new construction, that's not a significant added cost, certainly could be more than made up with reduced parking minimums.
Thank you very much. If you want to send those to us, we get your emails. Ms. Porter is virtual. Julie Porter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Julie Porter, President of Dream Key Partners. Dream Key Partners is a nonprofit organization with over 30 years of community development work in Charlotte. Dream Key is also a founding member of Neighbors for More Neighbors Charlotte and represents their interest. We support the current UDO and urge you to support it as well. This plan removes the historical zoning regulations that so often have forced affordable housing out of high opportunity areas. It replaces those zoning codes with meaningful and thoughtful development regulations that we believe will enable us to build in more locations by right. The UDO will also lead to more density and units of housing. Charlotte is desperately short of overall housing inventory, which has driven prices up and out of reach for many renters, as well as first-time homebuyers who might qualify for House Charlotte. There's been speculation on whether this plan will help affordable housing development. One thing I would point out is that the zoning codes we have now has not stopped development of high-end homes. Our current neighborhoods are gentrifying day by day, with a new house replacing an older one on just about every block of the northwest side of our city. To not have a plan means the same contentious rezonings for affordable rental housing and the same unequal outcomes. This plan also provides bonuses for affordable housing development that allows us to increase density, which is desperately needed if we are to build projects that work financially. We do have some concerns that the UDO may increase development costs. However, we trust the City Council and staff will work with us to find solutions to cover new gaps in financing. We want to thank and commend city staff, especially Allison Craig and Laura Harmon, for their proactive engagement to seek feedback and insight on the plan from all sectors. This plan gains support and input from thousands of community stakeholders. It has built-in guardrails. It respects the character of existing neighborhoods and describes next steps to safeguard them. We can't delay the rapid growth of Charlotte, and we shouldn't delay this UDO. Dream Key Partners believes it will improve the prospect of affordable housing in high opportunity
Thank you very
areas.
much, Ms. Porter. Our next speaker is Laura Belcher, followed by Sam Smith and Tony Lathrop. Is Mr. Smith here? Yes, there. Ms. Belcher.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and council members. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Laura Belcher. I'm the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte region and a member of Neighbors for More Neighbors. Working in collaboration with other organizations committed to affordable housing and the livability of our community has allowed us to focus on how the Unified Development Ordinance would better support Habitat's ability to build more units and remove barriers to home ownership. We believe the work of the UDO has been comprehensive and inclusive, and the time has come to support its adoption. Within the current draft, we believe there are many things that are beneficial, but I want to highlight 3 in particular that are in the UDO draft that are essential in executing our mission effectively. One is the inclusion of the UDO in the UDO's second draft of the Affordable Housing Development Allowance. This allows Habitat to install many of the same amenities, such as widened sidewalks and things, that other for-profit developers in their communities do without driving up the costs for Habitat homeowners. This begins to address public equity in public places for these developments, allowing teachers, office workers, retail clerks, and other hardworking families an opportunity to purchase affordable housing that is attractive and safe for their communities. 2, the geographic expansion of density bonuses for affordable housing will be especially beneficial as we seek to expand affordable homeownership throughout the city. And 3, the UDO encourages the development of duplexes, triplexes, and quads, expanding the opportunities to better utilize parcels and increasing the housing stock while controlling for the largest driver of costs, land value. This flexibility in housing types can lead to more mixed-income developments and address gentrification that is happening in many of our city neighborhoods right now. In addition, the elimination of the requirement in the first draft that lots containing duplexes, triplexes, and quads have only one curb cut per street frontage will be cost-effective for construction and ensures viability of increased density on smaller-sized lots. Finally,
Thank you very much. Please send the remainder of your remarks to the clerk's office. Mr. Smith, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Sam Smith Jr. That was formed in 2020 that consists of nonprofits, corporate partners, neighborhood organizations, and individuals that support the concept of smart growth embedded in the 2040 comp plan in the UDO. For us, smart growth means a comprehensive, citizen-engaged approach to land planning, as well as equitable economic and community development focused on slowing and reversing worsening environmental conditions, encouraging mixed building types, promoting more transportation choices and less congested traffic patterns, supporting the development of diverse housing options, including affordable housing, protection of heritage trees, including safeguards to prevent loopholes and restore some design standards, and more comprehensible regulations. Additionally, we support the inclusion of more housing types like duplexes, triplexes in Neighborhood 1, and the new affordable housing development allowances in Section 16.4. The increased building heights in centers districts, and lastly, the added ability to use Tier 3 parking standards in any district except Neighborhood 1 within half miles of existing transit stations. I want to thank city staff such as Allison Craig, Laura Herman, and Alicia Osborne, which have worked very closely with us and made themselves available to provide us with information to inform our decisions as a coalition, to inform our decision as a coalition to support the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. In conclusion, the UDO is clear. The current zoning laws are outdated and will not keep up with the growth rate in Charlotte in the future. They do not conform to strategic growth mapping that will sustain Charlotte neighborhoods and equitable prosperity for families. And the status quo has given Charlotte hyper-segregation by race and income, unequality doled out amenities and benefits for disinvested working-class families. So I ask that you please support the UDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lathrop, and will be followed by Sarah Reedy Jones and Jasmine Wright, Mark Comer, and Anne Marie Peacock. John Comer. I'm sorry. And Anne Marie Peacock, if you would come down to speak. Mr. Lathrop.
Good evening, folks. I'm Tony Lathrop, not wearing my DOT hat, but here as chair of the Ordinance Advisory Committee. I've been the chair of that committee since its inception. There have been at least 68 people who have given their time on their own behalf and as representatives of important stakeholders and stakeholder groups in this city, including neighborhoods and on down the line, and have met over 50 times since the inception of the OAC in 2016. And I served, and with many of you, were still on council on the Planning Commission from 2011 to 17 and chaired it for 3 years, and so have been with this since the inception. And been a lot of comments about the substance, but I want to talk about the process. And I've said since the beginning, and we have a process that's been very inclusive, very transparent, and very rigorous. And that kind of thing leads to good outcomes and sound outcomes. And here, we have had a very, very inclusive and rigorous process. And I want to thank the staff, Allison, Laura, Alan, and their team, and many others about that. Thank the OAC members and all the stakeholders who've been involved in this. We've had many community meetings. There's online portals, thousands of comments to which the staff has responded, drafts circulated, office hours, comments on all sides of it, and they've been addressed. It's been a fantastic process. And an important part, we're getting close to the goal line, and tonight's public hearing is part of that process. So this process is an example of which Charlotte can be proud for the whole country. And I thank you all, and I speak in favor of this ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lathrop. Ms. Reedy Jones, followed by Jasmine Wright.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Reedy Jones, and I recently had the opportunity to witness my assistant's glee when she discovered she qualified for a mortgage to purchase her first home. I've personally watched as that initial excitement has turned to disappointment and frustration as she's realizing the opportunity to purchase a starter home in Charlotte isn't remotely feasible. We are watching starter homes and starter neighborhoods phase out, and the passing of the UDO will only expedite this drought of affordable housing. During my daily commute, I drive through neighborhood after neighborhood that is going through gentrification, and I can see the homeowners that can no longer afford to live in their homes of often decades. Through Berkshire Boulevard to Wesley Heights to Enderley Park to Loso, I see the struggle daily as small homes are being paved for Starbucks and skyscrapers. We're hurting those that the Plan 2040 claims to help the most. To those saying gentrification is already here, how about we actually offer real solutions instead of Band-Aids, like we always do with City of Charlotte? Even in my own neighborhood, due to skyrocketing home costs, I can no longer afford to purchase a single home in the very neighborhood that I moved to 5 years ago. Add the disastrous effects we know that will happen should this ordinance pass. When I'm even agreeing with WFAE when they report that abolishing single-family home zoning in cities like Minneapolis is a failure in both affordability and segregation. This is a bipartisan cry to our city council to say no to the UDO and go back to the drawing board on how to realistically provide smart growth and affordable housing with the parts that do work at the UDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wright? All right, Ms. Peacock, please.
John Comer.
John Comer, are you here? John Comer? Yes. Okay, and Jasmine Wright? Oh, you're Jasmine. Ms. Wright, we'll start with Ms. Wright, Ms. Peacock, and then Mr. Comer, followed by David Merrill. With David Merrill, all right? Ms. Wright.
Good evening. Thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to speak. Before I do start, I definitely would like to make note or even a suggestion to the council. When signing up for this and asking where we stood in favor, there wasn't an unsure option. So for future reference, I think that would be ideal. Let me start. My name is Jasmine Wright. I am a community organizer, leader, activist, do a lot of things here in Charlotte. Right now, I'm currently organizing with the Redress movement. We're working to redress racial segregation right here in Charlotte. So we're talking about building out Charlotte's future, but I don't think we've done much to address what happened to Charlotte in the past, and I'm particularly talking about the Brooklyn community. In 1950s, 1960s, we saw the Charlotte's Chamber of Commerce and Charlotte realtors, as well as some Charlotte city leaders, pretty much decide to vote or displace thousands of Black residents and businesses, all in the name of urban renewal. And as we're building out or planning Charlotte's future, I don't think that not mentioning Brooklyn should go unheard of. And right now, as it stands, like the UDO definitely isn't perfect. There are a lot of things that could be done to address some of the issues that we are making reference to. However, I do believe that we can see some of what we need in terms of making this push for redress when it comes to the Community Benefits Task Force that's in their Charlotte 2040 plan. We're seeing how a lot of the decisions are being made behind closed doors. A lot of the funding is not getting to where it needs to go. So as a member of Charlotte, the city of Charlotte, I definitely want to ask you all to not only support or push forward with the 2040 plan, but
Ms.
also.
Wright, thank you very much for your time. If you'll give the remainder of your questions to the city clerk, we will get back. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Comer. And I'm sorry, Ms. Peacock was next, and then Mr. Comer, followed by Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles and council member. I am Anne Marie Peacock and a Republican candidate for the North Carolina State House and a Charlotte citizen. The current UDO reflects poorly on the judgment of this city council and its ability to put its citizens first. Instead of dealing with rising crime, a spiraling cost of living, and a crumbling infrastructure, the council would rather pander to social engineers that allow politically connected developers to destroy the character of Charlotte's single-family neighborhoods. If adopted, the UDO will lead to more concrete high-rises, more traffic that already overburdens our roads, and more flooding from stormwater systems unable to handle the runoff already from miles and miles of concrete. Charlotte's quality of life will suffer under the insanely high population density that forces ordinary citizens into cramped housing that provides no privacy or freedom. That alone shows Charlotte is in desperate need of a total change in council membership. This council has been more concerned with squeezing more tax revenue out of every overbuilt plot of land than making Charlotte a prosperous, safe, and pleasant place to live for all. Even if the council does put the interests of wealthy donors and connected developers over the ordinary Charlotteans, there are leaders here tonight, including myself, who are ready to go to Raleigh and use the power of the state to stop this council from overreach. The UDO is an overly aggressive approach that will limit housing development and actually impede the city's own goal of creating more affordable housing. I'm praying this month's mayoral and city council elections will give us a clean slate of Republicans that will represent its citizens and small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Right. Mr. Comer, thank you. High five, right?
Good evening. My name is John Comer. I am the National Field Director for the Redress Movement. And redress is about making right. My colleague Jasmine spoke on it earlier. The Redress Movement was inspired by the book, The Color of Law. If you haven't read it, I suggest you read it. The Color of Law did a great job in connecting the dots as how government sponsored segregation. And I know you sit in the chambers consistently talking about crime and things of that nature, which can be traced back to segregation, underfunded neighborhoods, underfunded schools, and things of that nature. The redress movement believes in multifamily housing. The redress movement believes in mixed income housing because that allows more opportunity for people to thrive in this society. But I want to ask you to lean into this. And as my colleague said, that the Brooklyn people, as well as the generations that followed behind them, are still reeling from their communities being bulldozed. From my understanding, the Second Ward has land, and there's money available for affordable housing. So let's not be complicit in a second wave of segregation or a third wave of segregation. Let's address this the right way, or redress, which is to make right and to bring just to the folks of Charlotte. As we continue to work nationwide, I'm here in Charlotte today. Redress Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Merrill?
I'd like to begin by using some of my time to help Mr. Vodka, who I believe is outside speaking with his group. There are two good locations which he can use, and this can be resolved tonight. The first one is at West Tryon at the intersection of North Bruns Avenue. The second is on Monroe Road, across from Village Lake at McAlpine Station. That is a very large plot of land. It's been used for things in the past. I used to live in that community. I think it'd be a phenomenal location. To get to the UDO, how to address a 650-page document in 3 minutes. That's the Charlotte way. And now it's 2 minutes. This is a complete farce. While I believe in the intention of trying to help people of Charlotte being smart in our community, this is the wrong approach. There are too many things in this document that will eliminate single-family housing, that will accelerate gentrification. Mr. Graham, I live in your community. I'm just a few blocks away from where Five Points Plaza was opened, and many of you were there for the ribbon cutting. This is going to accelerate gentrification in my neighborhood, where there are people that are part of the fabric of this community that are going to be displaced from their homes. We are rushing through this and doing this for all the right reasons in the exact wrong way. We need to pause this, take more time for input, look at better development plans to keep single-family housing intact, and instead of trying to have a global plan that allows you to manage the Far East neighborhoods like your area, Ms. Sajmera, to your area, to all the different parts of town. You can't manage these areas the same way. You can't develop them the same way. You need to leave this to be neighborhood specific and allow people to keep the charm and the character of their communities. And as far as the rest of this goes, as I mentioned during a press conference outside, I've seen many of your campaign finance reports. I've seen which of you have had substantial donations from the local developers, from the realtor commissions, from the real estate associations. This does not look good, especially coming into election, rushing this through between the election and when people are
Thank
sworn
you
in.
very much, Mr. Merrill. All right, we'll have Bill Fountain, Edwin Ramirez, Philip Gussman, and David Capper. If you would all come down, that would be helpful to get through it.
You'd never know.
Bill Fountain, Edwin Ramirez, Philip Gussman, and David Capper. And we'll just see who's up first so that we can do this. If you would tell us your name, sir, and then
Good
we'll-
afternoon or evening. I'm Bill Fountain. As you know, the 8th commandment says, "Thou shalt not steal." This means that God gave us the right to private property. While your council, Democrats, advertise this unified development ordinance is for the common good, I see that it is stealing small businesses and homeowners' property rights. What is it with you Democrats that make you want to control our lives? You screwed up your overreach on the shutdowns and masks, and let's look at some of the specifics that you're doing now. First, you got new rules that's going to rob homeowners of their rights to remove trees from their backyards and throw in maybe a $1,000 permit. Second, the additional foot on the floodplain requirement is going to prohibit some people from making renovations to their property. Third, you've got a new requirement for the small business owners that could put them on the hook for putting in a curb, gutters, sidewalks, and plant trees just for changing the focus of their business. Fourth, your parking regulations on charging facilities for electric vehicles are guesses and will be wrong. Let the market make this decision. Fifth, the second draft of the height requirements still encroach on the small density housing. What are you trying to do, to run homeowners out of their houses? Lastly, this ordinance will make Charlotte a more expensive place to live and work. I hope the Charlotte citizens recognize that this city council isn't serving you well. We need council members who strive to keep this city safe and not steal our property rights. Thank you.
Edwin Ramirez. Are you here? All right, Philip Gussman.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm here to address you just as a neighbor of 34 years, active in our community, active around the city, trying to do everything we can to make this city better. Love Charlotte. Approval of the UDO is the correct step forward for our city. It will give our city the tools to preserve, grow, and adapt like we have never had. Simpler and clearer ways to help meet the needs of our community instead of relying on negotiating rezonings that seldom bring the promised benefits to our community. The ability and tools needed in order for communities to organize, participate, and develop in the development surrounding them. More trees protected and replaced. More protections for those communities that can't or haven't been able to organize in the past. And most importantly, the encouragement of more diversity of housing that can lead to more diverse communities and neighbors who can stay in our city instead of having to move to meet their housing needs. The UDO is the answer right now for Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you. David Capper? Mr. Capper?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. Charlotte does need a plan for orderly city growth. If it protects citizens, their property rights, the city's natural resources, and beauty. The proposed UDO will only further divide our city, undermine the ability of any neighborhood to defend its unique character, and diminish the quality of life for all because someone wants to cram more population into our city with no regard for the consequences. The worst part of the UDO is the allowance for duplexes, triplexes, and even higher density housing to be built in single-family home neighborhoods. That's Section 4, page 1. This provision exposes the UDO's true goals: more population at a higher density, and more tax revenue for politicians to spend as they see fit. The zoning proposed will only intensify density-related problems Charlotte already faces. Multi-family zoning necessarily entails more intensive use of land, as well as an increased strain on the surrounding infrastructure, and thus a heightened need for more revenue, which, unsurprisingly, will only give rise to claims that more high-density housing is needed. The attempt to destroy single-family neighborhoods is not the only problem with the UDO. Its provisions allowing voluntary mixed-income high-density housing to be built in any single-family neighborhood, as long as some units are set aside as affordable housing, is another. I do wonder who exactly volunteers under that provision: the current residents of the neighborhood, or a politically connected corporation driven by some social engineering ideology, or even just plain greed. The UDO, as it stands, is not wise policy. Adopting it will only harm Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Capper. Our next speaker is Mary Barnett, followed by Jimmy. Mary. Mary Barnett, followed by virtually Jimmy Vasilio.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and fellow councilmen. My name is Mary Lineberger Barnett, and I am running for a seat on this council for District 2. One of the reasons I decided to run was the hasty passage of the 2040 plan and the removal of single-family housing from that plan. It is hostile to a lifestyle that many Americans of all different backgrounds value and will speed up gentrification. Note that 70% of the land area in Charlotte is currently zoned single-family. The potential impact of the change in zoning is huge. The transition to duplexes and triplexes will be limited by the existence of HOA deed restrictions in many neighborhoods were single-family homes, but the net effect is that the low-income neighborhoods who do not have the protection of HOAs and deed restrictions will be probable targets at first, and that will result in accelerated gentrification and rising housing prices. Mayor Lyles was quoted in June of 2021 by the Charlotte Observer that the passing of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan disrupts the status quo and ensures equitable growth over the next 2 decades. Can someone please define equitable growth as it pertains to this UDO? It will not be equitable to me. There is a 2-acre piece of land next to my home, and I do not live in a neighborhood that has HOA and deed restrictions. We are an area of single-family homes. If the owner chooses to sell it, I will not be able to prevent a duplex development from being built, and the value of my home will go down. This will affect me personally, as well as the undeserved low-income citizens of my district, District 2. I am against the passage of the current version of the UDO, and as a city woman, I will fight to keep the integrity of our neighborhoods intact for continued generational wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker, Vasily, I'm not saying this correctly, is virtual.
Close enough. Jimmy Vasilio. Hello, Mayor Lyles, members of City Council, staff, and residents of Charlotte. My name is Jimmy Vasilio, and I'm speaking tonight in regards to the Unified Development Ordinance, or the UDO, as a member of the Housing Justice Coalition and the Charlotte Community Benefits Coalition. Throughout the 2040 plan process, the 2 organizations of which I'm a part have been deeply engaged in the plan, policy map, and UDO. As a result, we presented a number of policy suggestions within the and the UDO in order to rein in rampant speculation leading to gentrification. We have also provided policy alternatives to provide solutions to disinvestment in working-class communities by ensuring community benefits are secured from large transformational development projects that would benefit the residents of these communities rather than displace them. While the city has created the Equitable Development Commission, the Charlotte's Nest Commission, and formally recognized the Charlotte Community Benefits Coalition in the 2040 plan, these were not the city's own. These were due to the efforts of the residents and members of each of the aforementioned organizations of which I am a part, who have spent months organizing and pushing for the city to live up to the words of equity that it espouses in policy documents and grand press conferences. The second draft of the UDO includes bonuses to developers for affordable housing, despite the fact that this attempt at bonuses has been performed in the past along the Blue Line North extension. Very few developers took advantage of these bonuses, and thus what we see along the north end of the Blue Line is a repeat of the displacement and gentrification seen all along South Boulevard and South Tryon. We ask that the city look for solutions that are driven by communities who want investment in their communities without displacement. We ask that the staff incorporate some of the work being performed in the Community Benefits Task Force within the UDO. The overwhelming response of the task force, which includes residents from neighborhoods across Charlotte, such as Clanton Park, Eastway Sheffield Park, and South Park, has been to ensure that any public dollars or public incentives used on development are steered by the communities in which they will affect. It's these kind of policies with communities helping to decide the use of public funds.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. If you would continue to send your remarks to the city clerk, we'll get those by email. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gilly Surratt, Charlie Mulligan, Angela Ambrose, Kimberly Helms.
Thank you. I'm Gilly Spratt. I'd like to start by thanking you for your service. All of you work tirelessly and put a lot of thought and effort into your decisions, and I realize it's a sacrifice for many of you, if not all of you. I'm here tonight on a matter that's not probably as important as many of the others tonight, but it's important to me. I'm concerned about a proposed change to the accessory structures setback to the side of residences, not behind residences, but beside residences. What is an accessory structure? It can be a it can be a pool house, a tool shed, all kinds of things. Under the current code, the required side yard minimum setback for accessory structures next to a residence is 6 feet for R3 and 5 feet for R4, 5, 6, and 8. Because of that, well, I've got to get through, just 2 minutes. UDO, page 17.1. Accessory structures beside a residence will have to have a minimum setback of just 3 feet from the side property line. I would submit to you that a 3-foot minimum side setback is not good policy for a number of reasons. It reduces the green space between the sides of neighboring structures, whether they're houses or duplexes or whatever. It encourages larger, obtrusive accessory structures beside residences. It adversely affects the enjoyment and potentially the value of the neighboring property holder. Before the hearing tonight, Officer Huff was nice enough to give the clerk, Ms. Kelly, a photograph that I had. Everybody's got them. Okay, you've got them in front of you.
Mr. Surratt, your time is up for this, but we do have the photograph, and I'm sure that if you would give the clerks your remainder of your information, we will be able to.
Can I take 10 seconds? It was the most important part.
I'm sorry, Mr. Surratt. We have to follow the rules for everyone.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Mulligan? Yes.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Mulligan, and I am a YIMBY, which means yes in my backyard. I'm a millennial, and I'm a candidate for Charlotte City Council. But I'm going to disagree with some of the other speakers. I don't believe that this UDO issue is a partisan issue. I think it's an issue that affects every community in the city. I'm going to agree with some of our earlier speakers who used the example of the Brooklyn community, and I think you can expand it to the Cherry community as well. Many times we begin with very well-intentioned policy that unfortunately leaves those with the least amount of resources to protect themselves in terrible positions. I came to my position to not support the UDO based off of my conversations with folks in the neighborhoods that will be most impacted by these changes on the west side, and the north side, and the east side of Charlotte. And the issue I have with the way that this has been presented is that it's been sold as, oh, there'll just be a couple more duplexes in your neighborhood, it's no big deal. But we know that we have a housing crisis in this city. We are short tens of thousands of units. And where is the new development going to go? It is going to go into the areas where land is the cheapest. And this is the one, single-family zoning, exclusive zoning, is one of the few things that protect people in those neighborhoods. So my question really is, if this is a policy that is so well supported by the public, that is so popular in the city, why are we having the vote? Why has it been delayed? And why are we having the vote in the lame duck session after the election in August? If it's so popular, why not let the voters provide their support for this program? And so that's why I'm challenging the current council. Be transparent about what you're doing, because ultimately, many people are going to be facing massive changes due to this.
Thank you very much. Mulligan, Sambros, followed by, if she is not here, thank you. Kimberly Helms, Carrie Olinsky, and Karen Hemming.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kimberly Helms, and I'm on the HOA Board of the Rapids at Belmead. The Charlotte Roads Plan, 2040 Plan, whatever you want to call it, says just that, Charlotte Roads Plan. Those of us that live outside the city limits in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ zone, are not part of Charlotte. We're not allowed to vote for the city council, yet the city council are allowed to make development decisions that will have negative effects on our quality of life and our property values. As of 2018, the population of the Mecklenburg County ETJ was 60,911 citizens. A recent Charlotte Observer article referred to residents of the ETJ zone as disenfranchised. We have no representation, so here I am. I'm asking the city council to revisit the UDO and the roads plan or whatever and not connect Verde Creek Road to either the Whitewater Parkway or Rhine Road. We would love a second entrance for the two neighborhoods of the Rapids at Belmead and Belmead Crossing, which was jammed behind us, with over 350 homes and one access out of the neighborhood. But someone on the planning and development community apparently didn't know how to do that. So, connecting the main streets in our family neighborhood to the road that comes out of the Whitewater Center and then running up to the other end to a road that runs parallel to 485, connects exits 12 and 14, will invite every car and truck stuck on 45 or 85 traffic through our neighborhood full of kids to get to the Mount Holly Huntersville Road to cross the river into Mount Holly to continue their drive. Our neighborhood has bare minimum width streets with street parking. There have been issues with emergency services vehicles not being able to get down our streets because they're so narrow. This is a residential subdivision. It was never intended for more than our neighborhood traffic. When we chose a rural home in the rural area of Mecklenburg County, it was so my daughter could stay at Northwest after our home in Westerly Hills burned down. We wanted to be in driving distance of Charlotte, but we didn't want the crowded housing, the traffic, the noise pollution, the light pollution. We can look outside and walk outside and see the stars where we live. We wanted to be in a suburban area, but the ETJ area is just what we have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Helms, Ms. Olinsky? You okay?
My name is, am I okay?
Yes.
All right, my name is Carrie Olinsky, and I'm running for City Council at Large. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. I get that you're all trying to promote more housing, which we all know is needed in Charlotte, but the UDO can negatively affect the city and its people. The changes, and in particular rolling out single-family zoning, will have negative impacts on housing markets, traffic congestion, quality of life, and more. We should look at historical patterns of displacement, and it shows that gentrification will likely occur with the UDO as it stands. You will be hurting the very people you are trying to help. I saw in an article today in a journal called Cities that was based in February of 2020, and it actually was titled Gentrification in the U.S. New South, Evidence from Two Types of African American Communities in Charlotte. And I would like to just read a blurb from that. To the end, Charlotte, North Carolina is used as a case study to reveal how two types of African-American neighborhoods near new growth centers, rim villages, and streetcar suburbs become gentrified. Our research reveals that while dynamics of economic change restructure neighborhoods in Charlotte, they also destabilize infrastructure that supports economically and socially struggling African-American communities. As mid-sized U.S. New South cities continue to grow, our viewpoint argues that more thorough and geographically sensitive studies are needed to address localized impacts of gentrification on minority neighborhoods to form site-specific anti-gentrification strategies. We need to refocus our attention in workforce development and individualizing our efforts in people. We need a UDO. We need more information and studies before we race to push the UDO through. And ultimately, we need a UDO that will be closer to an 11-0 vote, not a 6-5 vote. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Henning?
Hello, I am Karen Henning. My family moved here in 1981. When we moved to this warm, charming, inviting city, it was a beautiful place to buy a home, work, play, own our own business, and raise our family in a safe environment. It was our American dream. Implementing this progressive ordinance is a perfect example of how out of touch this city council is. I rise before you in opposition to the Unified Development Ordinance. There are currently 42 pages of public comments that the staff recently addressed. The staff has recommended changes to 50 of the comments, while recommending no changes to the other 206 comments. This indicates that this is not only a hard plan to understand, which the staff has admitted, but the people still have several concerns and are not in support of it. A plan of this magnitude creates financial burdens on homeowners and will destroy the current infrastructure of many of our residential communities. It is especially harmful to our older communities that are not protected by HOAs, and to our underserved communities, which you all swore to protect. Every aspect of this plan is to take control of private property. Can you imagine looking out your door and seeing your neighbors' homes demolished and replaced with duplexes, triplexes? Neighborhoods
Happening now.
Neighborhoods are created for the sense of community
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the public hearing on the Charlotte Streets map and Charlotte Streets manual. So we have speakers signed up for that. And David Hands, Eric Zevro, and Kimberly Helms again. If you come down to the podium to speak, I know that Eric is virtual. If we can have Eric on right now virtual, we'll go ahead and start with him.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to talk to you again tonight, City Council, staff. My name is Eric Zabrone. In case you forgot, I'm speaking on behalf of Sustain Charlotte in support of the streets map and the manual. We fully support Goal 5 of Charlotte's future 2040 comprehensive plan, where Charlotte will provide safe and equitable mobility options for all travelers, regardless of age, income, ability, race, and where they live, or how they choose to travel. This goal is critical for reaching more sustainable future. Having a tremendous land use plan is pointless without the equally strong mobility plan. The streets map and the manual are great starting points for this mobility plan. Effective implementation of the streets map and the manual will determine how Charlotte's success in implementing the goals of the recently adopted strategic mobility plan, including the ambitious yet achievable goal of reducing drive-alone car trips by 50% by 2040. To make our streets truly safe and inviting for everyone, we need the right planning tools to guide Charlotte's investment and development. The street cross sections that are included in the streets map are appropriate space for people to walk, ride bikes, ride public transit, and create equitable streets. We applaud the forward thinking and planning of this space that is being used in the streets map, an improvement over what we have today, which is nothing. We believe this tool can even get better in the future and include our projects, our future projects that we have planned, and our planned priority networks as well. It could also be used to expand the different street types that we have, moving away even further from the car-centric design streets that we have. The comprehensive transportation review will also be key to getting safer streets and more multimodal elements that we need as Charlotte develops. There is still so much work that needs to be done in small steps.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Hands?
David Hannes. The second draft of the Charlotte Streets map has a serious flaw in it. I don't believe that mayor and city council can ignore this situation. I was even told at the UDO open house that public comments from residents of Woody Point Road would not be given consideration and that Woody Point Road street classification would not be changed again. 13 residents of Woody Point Road left public comments regarding their disapproval of the city changing Woody Point Road back to a collector street on the Charlotte Streets map. There are more comments on Woody Point Road on the Charlotte Streets map than any other street in the city. On October 18th of 2021, the first draft of the Charlotte Streets map was released. Woody Point Road was correctly classified as a local street on this map. On June 3rd of 2022, the second draft of the Charlotte Streets map was released. City officials admitted to me that they changed Woody Point Road's classification back to a collector street on the new map because of my interference in city affairs. I never realized I was such a threat to the city. The city also published a list of all changes to the Charlotte Streets map. This list details the following information. 42 streets were changed from collector to local streets on the second draft of the Charlotte Streets map. Only 3 streets were changed from local to collector streets. Woody Point Road was singled out by the city and was the only street changed to a collector street that should have been left a local street. It's impossible to find any logic or reason in the handling of Woody Point Road's street classification by the city. I respectfully request that City Council take up this issue immediately regarding correcting Woody Point Road's classification from a collector street to a local street. It is of the utmost urgency since the city is completing the review process of the fire department plans to build a station on Woody Point Road. You must act now. You have the responsibility and you have the authority to fix this mistake.
Mr. Hans, thank you. We'll continue to work with you, so you'll have someone contact you. All right, our next that is the end of our, is Kimberly Ms. Helms? Yes, please come down.
It's the same thing. So, have y'all ever gone to the Whitewater Center at a big event? Lots of traffic, right? How would you like to have all of those cars drive through your neighborhood? That's 9-foot long road, crossroad, with your kids and your pets like right there next to all that traffic. Why would anyone think that connecting Whitewater Parkway to a residential neighborhood street would be a good idea? It just shows me that no one gives a crap about the neighborhoods, especially in the ETJ zone. Why would anyone think that's a good idea? And then we were told that, well, we need a second entrance or exit out of the neighborhood because it is dangerous. But no one wanted to negotiate with CSX to make sure that a road was built over the railroad. So we're crammed in there. We moved in, there was woods. All of a sudden, someone buys the woods and builds 100 more homes behind our 250 in our neighborhood. So you got 350 houses, one entrance onto Belmead Road, 2-lane road. Whitewater Center's half a mile away. But we knew that when we moved out there. We moved out there to not have to deal with this city mess. I grew up in Charlotte. I grew up in Westerly Hills. I didn't want my daughter in that mess. I wanted to be out more suburban where we could quiet. Like I said, look up at the stars, hear the crickets outside. Now you're saying the city we have to have a second entrance. Okay, connect to Belmead Road so that we're not the entranceway. Whenever 45 or 85 breaks down, Waze is going to tell those people, if you connect Verde Creek Road to Ryan Road, they're going to say, get off on exit 12 or 14. You can go through that neighborhood, get on Belmead, go to Mount Holly Road, and you can cross the river in Mount Holly, because there's only 3 ways to keep going south when none of those roads go down. Wilkinson, 85, or the bridge over at Mount Holly, which it's all in neighborhoods. We're all neighborhoods, one little house, one little yard at a time. And we don't have the infrastructure being in the ETJ zone. No one represents us. Ms. Watling has been helping us, but no one represents us. We didn't vote for y'all. We didn't vote for this 2040 thing, but we're stuck with it.
Thank you
But
very much.
we're not
Ms.
stuck with it because
Helms.
we're going to fight.
We hear you, and we'll see as much as we can do and continue to follow up. All right, so do I have a motion to?
Motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Second. And is there any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Everybody, 1, 2, 3. I need a six, yes, thank you for the extra hand. Thank you very much. All right, our next item is the public hearing on the general obligation bond referendum. We have 4 speakers: Janet LaBarre, Allison Somerville, Julie Porter, and David Howard. Allison and Julie are both virtual. So Ms. LaBarre, I'm sorry. What now?
Number 10.
Oh, my list?
No. There are no speakers.
We have no speakers. We need to close out number 10. Do we have any speakers on the tree ordinance? Let me finish the section that I forgot, Mr. Hines. Sorry, it's been a long night and I skipped over something.
Motion to close the public hearing on item 10.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. Motion passes. Now, we have a public hearing on the bond referendum. Can we get someone to talk with Mr. Hans over here?
I wanted to let the council members know that Ms. Kelly passed out a statement for me at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, we got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, now we can go to the public hearing on general obligation bond referendum. And we have 4 speakers, and Miss, oh my gosh, Janet LaBarre.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Manager Jones. Thanks for this opportunity to be with you tonight. Thanks for all that you do for the city of Charlotte. On behalf of the business community, we applaud the council's leadership in overseeing the community investment plan, the city's long-term capital plan funded in large part by the issuance of bonds approved by local voters. These investments help sustain the hard work and forward thinking that has helped make Charlotte such a dynamic and great place to live and work. Likewise, we appreciate the effective fiscal policy and smart stewardship of taxpayers' dollars that bond funding represents. Charlotte's AAA credit rating, the highest possible grade a municipality may have, is a validation of this approach. The city's debt capacity and sound budgeting have meant that issuing bonds has not resulted in tax increases, which is the case with this year's bonds, leading to encouraging support for and approval among voters. The regional businesses that the Alliance represents are keenly aware of and appreciate the importance of investing in our streets, our neighborhoods, and affordable housing. Well-maintained infrastructure is vital to the quality of life here, which attracts and retains our workforce, as well as new and existing businesses. And that's a big reason why every 2 years, the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance and our predecessor, the Charlotte Chamber of Commerce, rolls up its sleeves and works to convince voters why a vote yes for bonds is in everyone's best interests. The Alliance is a committed partner with the city in the vital civic imperative to address municipal infrastructure and improvement needs over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaBarre. Mr. Howard?
I think I'm last.
Okay, you want to be last. Ms. Somerville, you're virtual? Ms. Somerville?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. I'm Allie Somerville, Business Administration Executive at Ally Financial, and I'm also pleased to serve among the Charlotte Alliance's senior leadership. As you just heard, the Charlotte Alliance supports the $226 million bond package that Council has approved. At Ally, one of our larger city's employers, we do too, and I'd like to stress the importance for the investment in public infrastructure that the bonds represent because of the many benefits to our employees, customers, and the community at large. On behalf of both organizations, I thank you for putting the bonds on the November ballot. In particular, the $146.2 million transportation bond will help make commuting easier, safe, and safer for Charlotte residents and enhance their access to residential, commercial, and retail areas citywide. These bonds will fund improved intersections, continued development of the city's growing and popular bike path system, upgrades to our traffic control system, congestion mitigation, measures to improve driver and pedestrian safety, street resurfacing and repairs, and construction of bridges and sidewalks. The street package includes projects across the city from the northeast corridor to Railroad in the south. Many residents will experience the benefits firsthand as they travel from work, school, stores, and other important parts for their daily lives. And these benefits will be achieved without a property tax increase. We must continue to invest in our transportation infrastructure to keep the city's economy humming and strong for whatever we face in the future. I'm excited and honored to be on the Charlotte Alliance leadership team, and on behalf of the business community, I will do my part to make sure we earn voter approval for all three bond measures in the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Somerville. Our next speaker is Julie Porter, who is speaking virtually. Ms. Porter?
Hello again, Mayor and City Council members. I'm speaking to you a second time this evening in favor of the $50 million bond for affordable housing. This council is well-versed in our city's drive to increase the availability of affordable housing. Once again, you've demonstrated that commitment by including a $50 million bond for affordable housing on the ballot for voter approval. The simple fact is an affordable home is vital to quality of life and economic well-being. But finding an affordable home in Charlotte is more difficult every day. Low and moderate income individuals and families make up a large percentage of our workforce. Police and EMTs, nurses and hospitality workers, teachers and bus drivers. If they can't find an affordable home in Charlotte, we will all feel the impact. The public-private partnership among the city, county, Foundation for the Carolinas, and many businesses and nonprofits has made great strides in addressing a critical shortage of affordable housing for our most vulnerable residents, due in part to pass bond referenda, but there's still work to do. Recently, we witnessed the mass eviction of the Sterling neighborhood. With city funding, Dream Key assisted with rent, moving expenses, and deposits for displaced individuals and families, but the real challenge was finding new rental homes and apartments that were affordable for these families. A yes vote on the affordable housing bond will help replenish dollars in the Charlotte Housing Trust Fund used to increase the supply of affordable housing. Issuance of the bonds will be covered under the city's existing debt service capacity, meaning approval will not result in a tax increase. I look forward to working with you, with council members, city staff, and other constituencies to make the case for the voters and win approval for these vitally important housing bonds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Now we have welcome home, Mr. Howard. You've sat many nights behind this dais, I expect, so
Cannot wait
nice
to go
to see
home.
you out here.
Yeah. We come with you?
I don't think you can. Hello, I'm David Howard, and it is great to be back in the chamber with the council tonight. To many Charlotte residents, the neighborhood improvement bonds may be the most important issue on the entire $226 million package. The $29.8 million bond will help to keep our neighborhoods as the brightest jewels in Charlotte's crown without imposing a tax increase. There is funding for infrastructure for things such as sidewalks, greenways, bike lanes, streetscapes, curb and gutter, storm drains, landscaping and pedestrian lighting in established and emerging high-growth areas. All are items that citizens across the city value and appreciate. As Charlotte continues to grow, this bond package, will help to grow and help design and protect and improve older as well as emerging neighborhoods and create connectivity for residents to employment, shopping, and entertainment opportunities. For 20 years across many election cycles, voters have signaled their faith in Charlotte's potential by approving over $4 billion worth of bonds for our streets, our neighborhoods, our schools, our parks, and other civic infrastructure. This vision made it possible for us to have the great city that we have today. This November, we must follow their lead and keep Charlotte strong for current and future generations. So Mayor Lyles and Council, you can count on me to do everything I can to get as many yes votes out for all three bond packages. And I'll end by saying, please remember, you guys are doing God's work. Thank you for what you do. That was interesting to be here tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Second.
Good to see you. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing and adopt the actions B and C, which include adopted bond orders introduced for $146.2 million of street bonds, $29.8 million of neighborhood improvement bonds, and $50 million for housing bonds, and adopt a resolution setting the bond referendum for November 8th, 2022?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on item 12?
No, ma'am.
13?
No, ma'am.
14?
No, ma'am.
Motion to close item 12.
Second.
Okay, do we have a motion to close item 12 and a second? And all in favor, any discussion? All in favor, raise your hands. All right.
Motion to close item 13.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Raise your hand so we have enough. Okay, item 14.
To close item 14.
Second.
We have a motion to close. All in favor, say aye. Or no, not say aye. We can just raise your hands. Okay. Madam, on the next item, which is the adopt a public hearing to close a portion of the unopened Pegram Street right-of-way and adopt a resolution to close the portion of unopened Pegram Street right-of-way. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing and adopt motion B, action B?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hands. All right, now, our next item is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
Yeah,
Is that walk-up music?
I don't know. Sounded like applause to me. Yay! Okay.
There should be applause because it's an announcement I'd like to make with some changes in staffing. I know I sent this out to council last week, but I wanted to publicly acknowledge some of the good moves that we have in the administration. We're very proud of the team that we built, and we have some homegrown folks that we'll talk a little bit about tonight with some promotional opportunities. So we've had an opportunity to round out our assistant city manager positions. You know, we have Tracy Dotson and Brent Cagle who have done exceptional work. We did a national search, and we stayed right here at home with the promotion of Liz Babson and Renee Askew. And so we're super So it wasn't enough that, you know, Renee's trying to implement an ERP. We said, let's bring you up to the manager's office also. And Liz, as you know, has just done a wonderful job being here the last couple of decades and being promoted to from deputy director to the director and now to ACM. So we're very proud. So that leaves a bit of a void in CDOT. And so that was almost too easy because as we started to talk, you are very familiar with Debbie Smith, who's the new CDOT director. Who has been working for the city for, you know, over 23 years. And a lot of times when you think about Vision Zero and how Vision Zero has grown over the past few years, a lot of that is due to Debbie and her hard work. And again, thanks, Liz, for having built a strong bench that we're able to promote Debbie. And then lastly, and I guess I hope he hasn't left the building, Sean Heath is now will be the permanent director of Housing and Neighborhood Services. He's done a great job over the last 6 months. He'll be behind the lectern, I guess, often tonight for the rest of the evening. And so we're very proud to have Sean. As you know, he has worked in the community for a long time, especially at Duke Energy when he was the Vice President of Community Affairs. So I just wanted to, it's been a while since we've made announcements like those, and it's just something to be very proud of the team. So thank you for this moment.
Welcome to Monday nights. All right, thank you for that report. It's great to have those introductions and so glad to see you joining our team. The next item is to approve the Great Neighborhood Committee's recommendation to adopt the source of income protections and city-supported housing policy. I would like to recognize Ms. Watlington as the committee chair. Ms. Watlington?
Recognized. Oh, fabulous. Okay. So first of all, it's been a long time coming. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Graham, our former chair and current vice chair, for the work that you started with Ms. Pam Weidman, the work of the ad hoc committee who's been working for several years now. Thank you to our community members and our Housing Justice Coalition and our other housing advocates in Livian and all of the many, many partners, Dream Key, who have put this on the table and made sure that we're taking action. I want to thank my council colleagues and fellow committee members who have been a part of the work as well. And we understand that while this is an exciting time, we know that this is only one step in the puzzle to make sure that we can preserve affordability for all residents in our community. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about how we've looked at source of income discrimination, and then I'd ask Mr. Heath, our interim housing director, to come and explain a little bit about the path forward. I've had a chance to speak with most of my colleagues, if not all, here recently, and I was very pleasantly surprised at the support that everybody has for our community and to make sure that we are using public dollars for public good, as our former council member James Mitchell would say. I know that there are some things that we still have to figure out in terms of enforcement and what that looks like for third-party activities, But we do know that our intent is to increase affordable housing in our developments and anything that's got city funded dollars. So what I'd like to do then is have Mr. Heath come and just explain the basis of what we're going to do here tonight and what the next steps are going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Watlington. Sean Heath, Housing and Neighborhood Services. Just picking up from where we left off, I think one of the words that I used last time when we were together was transparency. And when I said that, I meant it. And what's become very clear to me over the last couple weeks through conversations with staff and various council members and various advocates in the community is there have been some different interpretations of how to apply the recommended source of income policy that was discussed at the last action review. And I take accountability to the extent any of this has become a little bit wrapped around the axle over the last 2 weeks. But if there's a silver lining in that, I believe that there's more clarity today at the staff level in terms of council's expectations. And I hope we've done something over the last few days to clarify some of the rationale behind our original recommendation. So maybe I can just highlight one of the specific scenarios contemplated in source of income and see Councilmember Watlington if you want to direct me in a different direction after that. One of the core questions that came up was, how would the source of income protection apply in a public partnership scenario like a tax increment grant? And you'll recall that Todd DeLong from the Economic Development Department here 2 weeks ago had a slide, and in fact, it might be helpful if we could pull up just that one slide. Thank you. While she's pulling that up, just a reminder that right now, for the Housing Trust Fund investments that we make, we already have source of income protection built into those investments. And LIHTC investments are also have a source of income component as well. I'll just wing it here. Okay, so this was the scenario that we really focused on. And Councilmember Johnson, thank you for pushing me on this. I think it helps us get to a better answer. So with TIGS, think of a master developer, and in a scenario where the master developer chooses to bid out certain pieces of the project. So for the purpose of this particular illustration, imagine that the master developer bids out a market rate housing component to the project. Keep in mind with TIGS, they're not required to have housing. Since 2005, there have been, I believe, 11 TIGs that have had a housing component, 10 of which the Economic Development Department has been able to successfully negotiate having affordable housing built into those agreements. So imagine the master developer bids out the market rate housing component, and you essentially in that instance have a third party doing the market rate housing. What staff had contemplated was that the master developer, which is the entity we have the partnership agreement with, the master developer, which is the entity that receives the incentive, the tax increment grant, based on the infrastructure investments that they have made, would be the entity that the source of income protection is applicable to, and not to the third parties. And that's where the conversations over the last couple of weeks, I think, have been helpful to clarify that having this protection apply to the third parties is where we left off with the Source of Income Ad Hoc Advisory Committee. And that's something that the only missing link for staff at this point then would be to evaluate how to develop a proportionate enforcement mechanism for those scenarios where a third-party developer is doing market rate housing under a TIG as opposed to the master developer. If I'd had the visual, hopefully that would have been a little more clear. I apologize if that was a little bit murky. Let me just pause there for a second. It might be easier if I answer just direct questions rather than ramble on.
Just one moment. Are we able to get the PowerPoint slide? Okay, can we get a hard copy?
Can you get a hard copy?
Okay.
A hard copy of what?
We're waiting for a deck
that they're
Have
going
a
to
question?
copy and send it. Yeah, I see, I was sorry. We were just talking about, we're waiting for a piece of paper. Mr. Driggs has a question.
I'm sorry, one moment, Mr. Driggs, if I may, just so that it is here for discussion. What I can do is read the specific language in terms of the applicability.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm okay. So under applicability and market rate housing, any market rate housing developed, and this is the piece that has been added, by a master developer or third-party developers as part of a development receiving city infrastructure reimbursement incentives such as tax increment grants, there it is right there, and capital-funded partnerships for infrastructure improvements. So the key change here from what you have on your paper is that we've added or third-party developers, because the intent was to include housing that came as a part of the TIG. And what Sean is explaining is that if you've got a master developer that, say, only does commercial, well, then they don't have any housing to apply it to. If you have a master developer that then works with another developer who does residential, we want to make sure that that housing is included under the source of income, because it is indirectly receiving benefit of a TIG, because it's part of a project that public dollars went into. So if you had Dream Key, and I'm just making that up, Dream Key, who, if they also did commercial and residential, right now, the way that it's worded here without this bold, they would be subject to the source of income discrimination or source of income discrimination ordinance or policy. What would happen, though, if we don't have this or third-party developers language, is that there's ambiguity that any third-party developer who came in would not be subject to source of income protections. Is everybody clear about what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Julie?
So I just want to be really clear. I'm not great at these things at the last minute at the dais. I'll be the first one to admit. What if the third-party developer has come in at a later point and they've decided to add housing? It wasn't part of the original deal that got the TIG. Because I think we've just identified one project, at least in my 7 years, there was a TIG that had housing. Mostly this is commercial. So what happens if a developer comes in later and has sold some of that land by the first party who received the TIG, and the developer's arguing, I didn't have any benefit from that TIG?
Right, so that is the part that what we're saying tonight is that in order to hash out those particular details, because the intent was always to include housing in this, that if you got a TIG, but as we got into the details of enforcement, that's the piece that that needs to be shaken out for those scenarios. What we can agree on, or what we know, is that from a policy standpoint, we want to include third parties, at least subject to this council vote. So what the motion will likely look like is to approve the overarching policy to include third-party developers, and then request Housing and Neighborhood Services and Economic Development to come back on August 22nd with an analysis for approving the enforcement or the regulatory component of it. So similar to Comp 2040 plan, we approved a policy a year ago, and now we're trying to approve the ordinance or the teeth to it. That's what we're proposing, is to separate it. Approve the policy, give ED staff time to work with Housing and Neighborhood Services, and come back with appropriate proportional enforcement depending on how the third party is involved.
But what if they say, we didn't have anything to do with it? I mean, shouldn't at that point council have the right to determine whether or not it should be included? I mean, I just wonder if we're missing.
And that question is a great question. It's part of what we want to hash out in the enforcement component of it.
But how do we vote on that now when we don't know?
We won't vote on the enforcement component. We would only vote on the policy, which is that we want source of income protection for publicly funded projects. And so that's where you see the or third-party developers. That's the policy component. That's the intent, the direction we want to go as council. And then we'd like staff to come back to approve the enforcement.
Is this the new language?
Yes, this is the new language. And truth be told, the original language already would allow us to do this, but we found out that there was ambiguity. Some folks were interpreting it differently than the original intent of the initial language.
This is the substitute motion.
Yeah.
And I just from the staff point, is there any other perspective we're not taking into account here that makes it problematic?
Well, I think that, to me, TIGs are a different animal, and there are many nuances, and that's what we've been trying to tease out over the last couple weeks is what are the various hypothetical scenarios? What if the master developer initiates market rate housing on their own, but then subsequently sells that to another developer? Is the source of income protection policy applicable? I believe the answer would be yes, so long as it was within the term of the incentive agreement. Then the other scenario, as we've tried to illustrate here, is what if at the outset of the project, the master developer bids out the market rate housing to a third-party developer? Should that third-party developer be required to adhere to the source of income protection? I believe there the answer is yes, so long as it's during the incentive period. But what we haven't, I believe, married up here yet appropriately is what the enforcement mechanisms should look like in those scenarios and what the failure to comply should look like. Because, for example, in that scenario, let's say a master developer receives a TIG incentive valued at $40 million over a 20-year time period, and they bid out the market rate housing to a third-party developer who is then subsequently found to be in violation of the source of income policy. In that instance, after the third such violation, then the city of Charlotte would go to the master developer requesting the refund of all TIG payments made to date. So we're just trying to ensure that this is a policy with real teeth, but that it has a proportionate compliance or enforcement mechanism that's appropriate in light of the kind of the unique dynamics of a TIG in terms of the different parties that are involved.
Yeah, so that is an example of one thing to hash out, but that clearly sits in the enforcement piece. The policy piece, though, is clear.
And I mean, staff thinks that's okay to do.
Well,
Only because you guys have been working on this. We haven't for,
Right.
we're just hearing this tonight.
Can we get it back up on the screen, please? On the screens close to us.
Staff endorses this?
Staff, well, let me say, I am comfortable if we defer the enforcement component of the policy and the failure to comply component of the policy in order for us to ensure that those features feel proportionate to potential source of income violations.
Wouldn't it make more sense for us to do all that at one time so that if it's unenforceable, we understand that? If it seems harsh or doesn't make sense, like why would we piecemeal it like this?
So for me, the intent between the two is very similar again to Comp 2040 and the UDO, is that as a council, based on my conversations with our colleagues, the position is clear. So in so much as we can confirm the position and then confirm the appropriate enforcement of said position, I'm absolutely fine with doing it separately.
Is that what committee's
Mr. Driggs is recognized.
Mr. Driggs?
So I talked to a number of people today who are affected by this or involved in this, and I don't believe they were aware of this proposed change. And I think the stakeholders ought to be able to provide their response before we move ahead with a change like this. I don't know whether this was notified to the Apartment Association, to REBIC, and to other parties, but it's just hard to appreciate how it could play out or what the implications are, what kind of measures we take. We offer TIGs for a variety of reasons, and I understand the goal of making sure that we get value in terms of this source of income discrimination, but there are constellations where it could have an unintended effect, and I think we ought to be more careful about it. So I don't know what the answer is. I mean, can't we pass the thing as was originally agreed, and then if it is the will of council to amend it, or if we find that we can make that change and we have thought through exactly how it would be enforced, we just make that change? I don't know why that has to go in tonight without the benefit of what I would consider to be due process.
All right, I'm going to start with Ms. Ajmira. Yes.
Do we make a motion to discuss?
Oh, I'm sorry, for the sake of discussion, I move to approve the policy and defer the enforcement approval to the August 22nd meeting.
Second.
Wait, isn't that a substitute motion?
No, we didn't
That's
make an
the
original
original
motion. It's the
motion.
original motion.
No motion has been put out on the
That's the
floor
first
yet.
motion.
It is the first motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this language right here on this screen, that doesn't apply here, right? In your motion, to your motion.
No,
This is the motion.
This is the motion. This is the motion. The motion, Ms. Watlington, would you read or restate your motion that includes this deck or the slides on the deck?
Sure, and I'm happy to do this as a substitute or a primary motion.
No, you've got a motion on the floor. You've already got a motion and
I
a second.
understand. I'm just saying, right now, the motion on the floor is to accept what you see on the screen as the policy, and then
And then work on the enforcement piece later on.
for August 22nd.
Got it, okay. I'm good.
All right.
Another
No,
question?
I have Mr. Newton next.
And then Ms. Johnson.
And I've
so-
got you after that, Ms. Johnson.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what this is coming down to, and this is due to some conversations that have occurred, I mean, we talked about this in committee today and some conversations that have occurred, as Sean was alluding to, over the past 2 weeks. The prevention or enforcement mechanism within this policy isn't what we would want, because it doesn't really fulfill the full extent of the goals, particularly when we look at it in a much more comprehensive sense, including all of the types of activities that we as a city engage in and want to promote within the city at large. So having said that, I am completely on board with this, moving forward with the policy piece, as Councilwoman Watlington was saying, and us taking a deeper dive into that enforcement piece, which will only take maybe another month tops, and we're talking about coming back with this in August 22nd, is that what you were saying, Sean?
That is the next business meeting,
Yeah,
yes.
so before this council, some of the council members here leave, so it stays here. There's that continuity here. In as much as, say, notice to other folks to have another meeting, or I'm sorry, not another meeting, but another hearing is concerned, we're not changing anything that wasn't already originally contemplated. So what we're talking about right now is adopting the portion. So that policy piece is already what was contemplated in the first place and delivered to the community for its feedback. This enforcement piece, maybe not, maybe it will require a little bit more conversation, but in as much as what we're talking about adopting right now, public comment has already occurred on that, and that won't, that piece is what was originally contemplated in the first place and subject to community engagement and a public hearing. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
Maybe I have a question. So are we, I'm going to pass the policy of the source of income, but we're not going to pass the enforcement for any part of it until the enforcement is done?
That's
Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So if a primary developer is granted a TIG and then they sell to a third party, is the third party responsible to comply with the zoning approval and the site application?
I can't comment directly on the zoning piece. I mean, I think in
But
that
the answer
scenario,
is
source of income, yes.
Right.
During the incentive period.
Right. So the answer is yes. So the primary developer is responsible if that third-party developer does not comply with what's been approved, the zoning type, the site requirements and all of that. So they're responsible for third parties, and that's contractual, and this can be very easily also. And I'd also like to say, for the record, the ad hoc committee recommended this language. The Great Neighborhoods Committee recommended this language. It's been to public comments. The change is when staff intentionally change the language or based on their consideration. And Mr. Heath, you said that earlier in a meeting today, right? So this was a staff policy, and we had this conversation in the Great Neighborhoods Committee that we as a council approved, or the Great Neighborhoods Committee approved the language. This language is different that the staff carved out. So the intent was that the third party would be included. So I think we just need to be careful. And I also just want to say, earlier in our meeting, we had some discussion, and I wrote down some quotes. I wrote, and this is some of the things that council said when we were talking about processes. And this is a process we should be concerned about. Painting the fence and calling it a new fence, to do exactly as we as council defined and we instructed. We talked about processes, oversight, and accountability. And this is one of those examples. Council has, the ad hoc committee has spoken, the Great Neighborhoods Committee has spoken. So any change was made by staff, and I just think we want to be very cognizant and conscious about that. So the original motion was that the funding went with the land, and that's what this motion does. So I'll be supporting it.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Thank you. So I want to just, I think a bit of level setting is important for this conversation, because I saw some things out in the media, and I don't, this is a good thing. This is something I'm going to support, but I really hope that this community and the next council and future councils don't just put this to bed, right? This is not going to all of a sudden make source of income discrimination illegal in Charlotte. So citizens shouldn't believe if their voucher isn't accepted at apartment community that they should call 311. That's not the case. We have put a lot of effort into doing something. I think what council saw as kind of closing a circle that's saying any city investment, right, should accept vouchers, right? And there, we identified this one as one that didn't, right? So basically what we're saying is that, and the people of Charlotte are saying, that we don't want to fund our own discrimination with our own tax dollars. And I think that is a good thing, right? But it's also not a scalable option. It's not a scalable option. So we need to keep working, to find a scalable solutions. This is not a problem that exists all across North Carolina. This is a problem that exists all across the country, but only in certain cities, right, that have certain types of certain situations that are similar to ours. For instance, high growth, low occupancy, or very low, very high occupancy rates, where housing is very difficult. For instance, we're in the same league with cities like New York City right now, right? I grew up in New York City. It was a point in time where if you had a Section 8 voucher, it was good. You knew you was going to be able. That's not the case anymore. They have similar numbers to us, that you can't find a place that accepts these vouchers. So we need to find ways that we can build coalitions with different cities around our country that are experiencing similar conditions to us, and find solutions that way. But I want to also level set the potential, the fear factor that might be put into this conversation. Well, if we put this on TIGS, then TIGS will never be accepted. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. One, we know that TIGS very rarely produce housing, right? They're like, as we talked about. But the acceptance of vouchers doesn't ensure that a person will be able to get housing. It just means that that voucher can be counted towards the income that is needed for that potential housing, right? So right now, the problem is that people can't even, when you're saying you have to prove that you have $2,000 of income a month, people are not able to count that money. So people are literally walking around with money in their pocket that they can't spend on housing. And if somebody doesn't want to take tax money because they don't even want to consider that cash, well, if we don't have that regulation on, we're pushing and pulling on the same rope, and that doesn't make sense. So I think this is a lot of squeeze for a little bit of juice. But it's a necessary one, and I hope it's one that keeps the train, going down the track. And I agree with Ms. Watlington's suggestion on how to go with this. I think it's the way we do a lot of things. We get the policy in place, and then we figure out the best path forward for enforcement. But this certainly sets a standard. It says something to our community members. This isn't just housing choice vouchers, right? This is veteran benefits. These are all types of vouchers that landlords are basically saying, we are not even going to count it. So don't even apply here. And that's not right. And we have to do everything that we can to at least give folks a fighting chance. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
So I am entirely in support of the goals that we have established here and of what it was I thought we were going to vote on tonight. I would like to clarify that if you have a rezoning and somebody sells a portion of the property, the seller of that property is not liable. The buyer of that property is bound to use the property in accordance with the zoning that's been assigned to it or apply for a rezoning. Now, what can happen is that the seller of the property offers it with the condition that its terms under the TIG will be met by the buyer. And that would be the burden on the seller of the property to ensure that they remained in compliance with their TIG agreement when they sell the property to somebody else. The other difficulty I have, though, is that when we talk about, hey, this is just policy, it's not enforcement, we're talking about whether or not any enforcement applies. We're talking about whether something should be put in place that will be subject to penalties or enforcement or not. So it's not the same thing. This is a step that implies that there will be enforcement, and then there's a question about, but if we don't take this step, there is no enforcement. So I think they're two separate questions. I think the question of whether or not we want to try to attach liability to a third party is a basic question, and then if we decide we do, the enforcement question comes into play. But really, I think the best way is for us to rely on the master developer to be bound by the terms of the TIG and to ensure that any subsequent transactions they enter into conform to the terms of the TIG, and not try to somehow pin something on unnamed and unknown third-party developers who may come along. We can get the enforcement we want. We will get the TIG will continue to have the effect of requiring that housing, and that effect will pass from the master developer to anybody else. But I don't think that, I think we should be able to rely on the fact that the master developer knows that they won't get the benefit of the TIG unless they ensure that the terms are met, including in the context of any transaction they enter into with third parties.
That is exactly the intent of the word.
So that's what that says, right?
Right. That's the intent of this word.
Okay, but that's not exactly what it says, because the way I'm describing it is, if there is an enforcement, it is always against the master developer.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If there is an enforcement action, it is always against the master developer, who is the party with us to the TIG.
Yeah.
So we're not, what I'm saying is that we should not be targeting any unnamed and unknown third-party developer, because if there is a violation of the terms of our TIG agreement, it is always the master developer who's responsible to us. And that is covered by the original language.
So, Madam Mayor, can I make a comment on Mr. Drake's comment? So couldn't we just tweak that language and put the word third-party developers lower down, saying including third-party developers? I mean,
I'll accept that.
I think we're saying the same thing here, but, I understand your caution, but I think that's what you're saying. So why not just say market rate housing developed by a master developer as part of a development raising, receiving city infrastructure incentives, blah, blah, blah. This also applies to any
I think the
parties
way I
that
would
are
have
brought
put it
into the
is the master
transaction.
developer remains responsible for the terms of the TIG regardless of any subsequent third-party transactions. That's
Right.
the way I would put
Right.
it.
Yeah.
And so I think, if I may, I think that is absolutely what you described as the intent. I like what you said, Mayor Pro Tem. I would even suggest by a master developer, including third-party developers, just change "or" to "including," But that is the intent. I think how we hash that out is a part of the enforcement component.
Including other parties to the development.
Correct, correct. And I'm happy to amend the motion to reflect that because I think it maintains the integrity of the intent.
What would that wording be then?
I actually think that that is one of the things that the staff will have to do, working through this, to figure out what the right language is. And so what's legally possible, I don't know. You've got to go through all of this. And so I think all of us are kind of saying the same thing, but your intent is to make sure that the public dollars from the city, at least, are being, are not used or not discriminated against. And so I don't know, the wording's likely going to have to, have you talked to the real estate people in the attorney's office and all of that? I think hearing this, if you
This
could.
all evolved very quickly, so no,
Now,
not
what we
today.
did do, though, is talk, I know that I communicated with Patrick, and I know that he and Anna
Yeah.
communicated on the legality of this
It'll have to
particular
come back.
wording and confirm that it is permissible. I don't want to speak for you, but
And keep in mind, I don't know if this helps or not, but what we're looking for from a staff perspective is, what is the policy of the council? What are you generally trying to do? So I don't know, I'm not saying that words don't matter, but once we have a sense as to what you're looking for, keep in mind that we then have to go out and put together a contract, and it's really going to be that contractual language that's going to be the real key to tie the public funds into making sure that it goes in the direction that's consistent with your policy. I hope that makes sense.
I guess I was just saying that we not wordsmith it, because I think we need some expertise in wordsmithing it, but we know the intent.
gotcha. Yeah.
So that was it.
Yeah.
Mr. Graham?
Yeah, I kind of,
I'm sorry, that's right. Mr. Bakari had raised his hand as well.
Just give you a chance to rebut what I say.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Graham. So, he just left, but I agree with Mr. Winston in some of the things he said, where, one, the angle of our approach and innovation in affordable housing is fatally flawed. We've discussed that at great length. Vouchers, in concept, provide an amazing opportunity for us to change the paradigm, not build all the time and basically think that we have to create a new project and building to solve every component of this problem, but more nimbly do it. But that requires us to step back and really look at this entire paradigm, innovate, and attack the problem at its core. This does not even remotely do that. It doesn't even start pushing us in the right direction, because it's such a rounding error on the edges of what we're actually going to do that it's inconsequential. And it is very similar to the 2040 comp plan and the UDO, in that in single-family zoning, people got to champion and say, look what I did, I abolished it. But when the rubber meets the road, which is enforcement and the tactical implications that it creates on your community, well, that's where everyone is left shaking their heads after everyone had their ribbon cutting in their moment, where they're like, well, wait a minute, what did this do to our viability around using one of the few tools we have, TIGs, to do anything? Do you actually, we have a business investment grant, a TIG, CIP, and then 2 or 3, that's literally all the tools we have to do anything we want to do around here. And what we're saying is that you think that a developer who we're coming and we're trying to negotiate a complex deal is going to listen to what we just said, say, TIG, sign me up, that sounds great. Oh, and I get to manage all and be accountable for enforcing all the third-party stuff? All it does is gives people a win and makes people walk out of here thinking they did it great, won't have any relevance or impact on the broader thing, and it will, in doing so, completely water down and add bureaucracy to a tool that's one of the few things we have in our toolkit. So I just hate the fact that, we would do that and ruin one of the few tools we have, just so some folks could feel like progress was made, when in reality, no progress was made whatsoever. So I hope that people really weigh that in when they think about, there is no unintended consequences. There will be an unintended consequence of this. And for those of you who aren't in the weeds of negotiating deals and recruiting companies and using TIGs, I promise you that will have a ramification. Developers will not want to take on that exposure and figure out how to manage third parties and all these things, let alone how we'll enforce our part.
And don't take public money.
That part. That part. Or how
If
about
they
we
do that,
create
then
new
you don't get
tools?
any houses, and then no one gets anything. So all we're doing is patting each other on the back and saying, congratulations, we did it.
Or perhaps we create new tools that actually deliver what we say is important to our community.
Exactly. Where's that work being done?
So I think it's me.
We're doing it in the House.
I think, I know, let's, you know,
Well, so here's the deal, right? We've been talking about this source of income for about a year and a half now. And certainly people out there are looking for any tools, any resources, any policy that the council can do to give them some relief in this effort. I want to thank the councilwoman for picking up the baton and getting this issue to the dais tonight. And it's, listen, a journey of 1,000 miles start with the first step. And this is a small step. Let's make no doubt about it, but it's a step in the right direction, acknowledging that there are some individuals in this community that will, for whatever reason, not accept these vouchers. And we're saying plainly and specifically that if you want to do business with the city, that you should have to on our projects. And I support that. I also support the way the councilwoman has laid it out in terms of we can approve the policy tonight, and then by our August 22nd meeting, begin to have more meetings with staff. Certainly, I think the Economic Development Committee and Tracy Dotson and others, along with Sean and Victoria, needs to work out the devils in the detail in reference to the third-party developers. We need to make sure that we get that right. I think we have the capacity to kind of figure it out between now and then, get the language correct, Madam Mayor, to ensure that we know dotting I's and crossing T's and that we know where we're going. Councilmember Winston, I agree with you. It's a national problem, but it's also statewide, right? We can't do what the folks in Raleigh won't allow us to do, right? There are a number of things we can do in reference to this policy if we had the type of support needed from our legislators in Raleigh, all right, to make not only vouchers a lot more user-friendly locally, but other tools in our toolbox to increase the affordability of housing in our community. If we had a delegation, a General Assembly that would work with us, not against us. And so I'm willing to support the motion as stated, Councilmember Wallington, and hopefully between now and the end of August, that the wordsmithing and the consultation between Economic Development and the Great Neighbors Committee and both of the assistant managers and attorney can figure out making sure that we're moving in the right direction.
I think that's an excellent idea, that if we can have the two committees meet and with the staff as well. I have Mr. Phipps, who has not spoken.
Yeah.
So Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, Mr. Heath, I understood you to say at our Great Neighborhoods Committee meeting today that the degree of granularity to which we've discussed this particular topic was not something that was communicated during earlier meetings. Is that true?
I think the point that I was trying to make was, and I sat in all of the Source of Income Advisory Committee meetings last year, there were in-depth policy discussions in all of those meetings, clearly. But I think in the last few weeks, what's been quite helpful is to interpret that policy in specific scenarios, because TIGs are nuanced. So we did not have those types of nuanced TIG conversations in the Source of Ad Hoc Advisory Committee to the extent we've had in the last couple weeks. So that was the point that I was trying to make.
Right. So I think, this approach that the chairwoman has made will be helpful in getting those things ironed out. So I'll be among the supporters as well for this motion.
I think everyone has spoken. We have a motion on the table, which is really, we're not going to change any of the wording of what's on the slide. We're going to wait for the professionals to give us the process for the enforcement while we approve or adopt the source of income discrimination as a policy, that we would like to prevent that, and that we would continue to work on how we would enforce it. All right, so that is the motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Raise hands.
2 opposed, three,
No,
two opposed. I'm sorry, I saw your
Get people to
hand.
raise hands.
All right, so Mr. Driggs
Can I
and
ask
Mr.
a
Vicari.
question, Mayor? I don't understand what we're voting on. This is not, and maybe the ad hoc chairwoman can clarify for me. The language in our business meeting agenda did not include what we just saw on the screen.
Right.
So are we voting on what's in the agenda? Or are we voting on this piece and not voting on the agenda?
Wait a minute, maybe I misunderstood.
The
I
thing they
thought we
just
were
changed.
voting on the agenda.
No, the thing they changed.
The item that was recommended, and that we were going to have staff, and we're supportive of the staff doing.
The motion is the screen.
It's only the screen and
Only
not,
the screen is the motion?
Correct.
and not,
The new thing they
Not
just
the
said.
item that was submitted for the, not the non-discrimination?
This,
passed,
so,
right?
okay.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry,
what's
I'm
on the-
lost.
All right, so what's on the agenda is the full policy. It includes a section that says applicability. It also has an enforcement section. That's what's in the agenda. What the motion on the floor is to adjust the applicability section at the top, add this or third-party developers language to get it more clear on what our position is, and to bring the enforcement section back August 22nd. So the intent, to Attorney Baker's point, is not so much that we've got to get this exactly right, but the reason we added this language, third-party developers, because there was some ambiguity between what what some folks understood it to be versus what it is. But what I'm moving to approve is the policy that is in the agenda with this adjustment in the applicability
that.
section.
What's that on the screen? That's the question.
Not plus. This is a section that is currently in the item on the
Language
agenda. One
in
moment,
there
please, I'm
is what your
speaking.
motion
One
is.
moment,
It's a
please, I'm
simple
speaking.
question. What's your motion?
I am speaking. I'm really tired of you using your privilege to talk over people and disrespect folks in this meeting. You have done it time and time again over the last several weeks, and
you
it's
haven't?
really,
And you
really
havenent?
tiring.
You
You called her
Okay,
class
hey,
this
all right,
earlier.
all right,
You
it's
walked
time to
out.
stop. Stop.
Ridiculous.
We're going to stop right now. I understand that it can be frustrating, but let's have respect for each other.
Please.
And let's not interrupt or call people different words that should not be used at this
It
dais.
is what it is.
All right, so let's go back. I believe that the policy is in the agenda under tab 16. And it starts on page 1, Agenda Packet 160, and it says, market rate housing. Any market rate housing developed as a part of a development receiving city infrastructure reimbursement incentives such as tax increment grants and capital funded for infrastructure improvements. So the market rate section is in the document.
Correct.
The issue is that enforceable? And we have no enforceable mechanisms until we come back with a legal opinion, as well as one that I would assume the committee would also discuss with ED, as well as have community engagement. We can't pick and choose. So we have to have the community engagement on both, and on this. But what I understand is that we just approve the policy, but we do not have any enforcement until a result of coming back on the market rate housing section. Is that your understanding, Mr. Heath? All right, sorry about that.
My understanding is that the market rate housing paragraph in the policy would be replaced with the wording on the screen.
Correct.
And that the enforcement and failure to comply paragraphs would be tabled until next month.
Correct.
and what bullet point is that in the policy?
It's under the heading enforcement.
Market rate
Are you talking
housing.
about what's on the screen?
This is what you understand. Well, let me restate this then.
I'm looking at
Market
the
rate
action
housing.
language.
No, not the action item, it's the actual write-up. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right,
Go
okay,
behind
that's
the
why,
page.
because the action that we were
Yes.
asked to vote on doesn't say anything about it. So to me, that's why I was saying, shouldn't we be adding that as a substitute motion? Because what we're voting on is item, actions to approve the recommendation to adopt blah, 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 and it has the description in there. So wouldn't you just add that in as a substitute motion?
Let me see if I can try this one more time. You have a
Point of order.
policy that's in front of you.
Point of order, didn't it pass?
No.
Okay, all right.
It did pass, but but what I think we're saying is that you can have a policy like this written, and it could pass, but if you don't have any enforcement, it's just a statement
Right,
of
that's okay.
interest.
All right.
And what you're trying to get to is whether or not there is an enforceable way, and I don't know that we have one of those yet, that until we get some advice from legal counsel as well as whomever else needs to weigh in. And all I'm suggesting is we ought to have the community engagement portion where we take this out so that we have ED committee, Great Neighborhoods Committee, and a community engagement. But this could be in here as a policy and have no enforcement unless this gets done and adopted. So this would come back to the council?
Yes, that was part of the motion.
And that's what Ms. Watlington said at the very beginning, that this would come back with the staff recommendation.
The enforcement piece.
The enforcement
This is the
piece.
policy, and that just passed.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson.
This is the policy. Our intent is that
Yes.
any developer who receives public dollars, not just TIGs, BIGs, and all the other ones, and anything we name in the future. So
to us.
public.
Talk to
okay,
us. We're the
no,
ones that vote on it.
You can hear. We've already, so.
You want to talk to us or to
That's
explain
the
it?
intent. I'm making sure that Sean knows. That's the intent, that any public dollars that are
It says
received by
such
a developer, that was the committee recommendation. That was the ad hoc recommendation. The change came when staff tweaked our language. So the intent from council was that any developer
Okay.
who received public dollars would honor or accept vouchers.
Ms. Johnson,
that's the
it's
intent.
passed.
Right.
It's passed. What I'm clarifying is that it's still not we have no enforceable way of dealing with it. So we have a policy that needs enforcement, and that has to come back to council.
But it does not, did you say it has to go to committee? It's not going to committee or
The
anything, right?
two chairs asked that it come to the committee.
To
That's
go
what
through committee again?
Enforcement. The enforcement would go to the committee. I thought I heard Ms. Watlington and Mr. Graham agree on that.
You with it, I'm with it.
So I'm putting it in committee for the enforcement, and then come back to us. That's what we're doing. All right, so that item is concluded. All right.
So does everyone still know what they voted on?
I think people know what they voted on now. All right.
Okay, it's fine.
The next item is item 17, acquisition of property on 1541 West Boulevard. Approve the purchase of the parcel located at that location for $480,000, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Motion to approve and authorize.
We have a motion to approve and authorize. Is there any discussion? Second. We have a second. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say I'm very happy.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what
She
you.
just wanted to say she's happy.
Oh, thank you. All right, so, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think she wanted to make a comment.
I did, I was
I
waiting
thought
to be
you
recognized.
said you wanted to say you were happy.
Well, I was going to say more, but I hadn't been recognized, so that's why I would pause.
We're like a finely tuned machine.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I was happy to see this as a continuation of the West Boulevard Neighborhood Playbook and another opportunity to determine the residents for themselves what they see on this corridor. So I look forward to doing more of this. We've had a lot of interest throughout the district and in other parts of the city about how we can do more of this. And I think it's a very tangible way to execute the strategies of the community. So thank you for the work on this, Mr. Manager, Tracy, and all who were involved, and look forward to doing more. Thanks.
All right, I think we took a vote and it passed, but let's make sure everybody, now that Ms. Watlington has said what her appreciation, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, item 18, Affordable Housing Development Support Request. Item actions A, approve a total revised funding of $3 million to support the development of the Barton Multifamily Affordable Housing Development. B, authorize the manager to negotiate and execute this agreement if it passes.
Motion to approve and authorize.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I had a question that was asked about this, and I don't really think I got an answer. So the initial you know, there was the Housing Trust Fund request as well as the CHOIF request. I understand why the project costs increased, but why are taxpayers the only party, well, from what I got in the breakdown, we're the party that is paying more, but the CHOIF isn't paying more. How is that?
Sure.
That balance, I don't understand.
So for this particular project, it was approved for $2 million in Housing Trust Fund in April of 2021. And to your point, they've experienced cost pressure. It's a 4% deal over the last year, and we've been working with the developer for the last 4 months to try to find a creative solution. We wouldn't put this in front of you except for it meets 3 conditions in our mind, and I'm going to give a direct answer to your question after I mention the 3 conditions. But one is we have to be confident that the developer has exhausted available options. So Zelika Bierman, Miles Vaughn, Morton Wooten, myself, Rebecca Heffner, we've all been involved in a number of conversations with the developer to really get comfortable that they've done everything they can to close their gap. 2, the opportunity still needs to look attractive in the revised structure. And I have a slide if you want to look at one that will be reminiscent of the Housing Trust Fund kind of materials that we look at. And then 3, we need to have available funding, obviously. So the answer for all 3 of those questions from a staff perspective was yes. The size of the gap associated with this particular development at this point is $4 million and approximately. So we would be making a contribution towards closing that gap. The developer has also agreed to increase the amount of deferred developer fees. So, of course, the developer fee is not something they pay, but it's something that they receive. So they've modeled that as an additional $1.3 million in deferred development fee to help close the gap. And they've also made some assumptions around additional LIHTC tax equity financing as a result of the cost pressure that they've faced. So there would be a combination of funding sources to close the $4 million. What we're recommending here is that we play our part to help preserve this particular project with $1 million in incremental funding. So it's a shared effort. CHOIF is staying at $3 million, so this would put us at 3, and CHOIF would be at 3. It's not uncommon for us to have some parity with what CHOIF does on previous deals.
That's the crux of my question.
Yeah.
That's the crux of my question. It still hasn't got answered. We're now going to be paying more to get less. We're reducing our leverage, and it's not a 2 to 3 public to private investment now. It's a 1 to 1. So why didn't why did not the private sector, why did they decide to stand pat? And why did they not kind of go hand in hand with us to share the increase of costs on this investment? Understanding that, again, these are taxpayer dollars. Right? They're making an investment that is going to come back to them. So why are they not taking more risk, but taxpayers are?
So it's my understanding that CHOIF is essentially in between rounds, and that CHOIF 1 has been depleted. They're in the process of recapitalizing for CHOIF 2. That's why in our most recent HTF round, it was a city alone kind of a scenario without CHOIF by our side. The metrics for this still look good. The cost per unit is lower than the average cost per unit for the 6 4% deals that were approved in the last calendar year. The leverage ratios look good. The AMI mix looks very attractive. So we definitely have taken a hard look at the revised proposal to ensure that it's still attractive.
I hear you, and it's right. You're right that it is still attractive. It's less attractive than it was. And again, I know we talked about this a couple months ago on another question about the answer was, I think, the same thing, that we're in between. But it feels like a dupe, when, again, we're saying that we're going to get something, and then, it comes back around and says, actually, we need more, and we're going to get less. Like, that's what we specifically wanted to avoid. That's why we started the processes like we started many years ago, to avoid this, and it's like time after time after time after time. It's not a great look. And Mr. Manager, I don't know how we avoid this moving forward. But again, the taxpayers are picking up the slack where our partners, honestly, at this point in time, have kind of fallen off, and it's kind of demoralizing. So, but, you know, I guess we got to take our medicine.
Well, I think that one of the things that we have to look at is what the per unit cost is. And I know that in this one, they're not reducing their costs, but for what we're having to see and pay for these units, it certainly is less than our cost by a large amount. But I understand your point. Your
But our
point
per-
is
our
that
per
this
unit
was a
cost doubled.
structured deal that everybody should have, but if I recall, you said deferred fee, and this was also part of the list work that was done to make it happen. So I completely understand it, but I think the numbers.
It's just we're going out and we're especially now, we just had the GO bonds, you know, which Housing Trust Fund is engaged in it. And we have said that we have this public-private partnership, but it doesn't seem to be sustainable. So if it's not sustainable right now, how can we ensure that it's sustainable moving forward? It should always be. We're doing, the taxpayers, with far less resources, are making sure that, one, we can hold up our end of the bargain. Oh, and then two, we even have contingencies to go above and beyond. Our partners should be doing that too. It should not be acceptable that they say that we're in between funding. Like, that's their one job. We have many, many different jobs, you know, in the services that we provide. Like,
I don't know if they would agree, Mr. Winston, that they have one job.
the choice is to fund, is
It
to
is
fund
the fund,
it.
but it's not just one job to have the money. You got to raise it, and you got to go out and.
That's the job of that entity, of our partner, to ensure that exists.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sajmira?
I agree with Mr. Winston that we do have our per unit costs that have increased, but I also want us to recognize that development fee of almost 1.3 million was deferred in this case. Was that correct? In the
Yeah,
follow-up
so-
report, I read that.
That's
So
correct.
developer did let go of that dollar, so they contributed towards some of this increase in construction cost, which could have been a lot higher. So I hear what you're saying, Mr. Winston, but I think the developer is doing what they could in this case to see this process successful.
Not the developer.
Yeah, I understand that, you're talking about Choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion on this one, Madam Clerk?
I think we did.
We did, Mr. Eggleston, and it was seconded by, who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Mr. Graham. So, all in favor of the motion to,
Do those things.
for the Barton multifamily affordable housing development, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The next item is item 19, amend a resolution for the sale of city-owned properties on Eisenhower Street. Approve an amendment to the resolution approving the sale of 3 vacant city-owned parcels located as noted in your agenda, and authorize the manager or his designee to negotiate and execute documents.
Motion to approve and authorize.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes. The next item is item 20, to direct the city manager to transfer $5 million, you really had to put $564.34 in the agenda, from the IT consolidation building project to the budget capital control account, adopt a budget ordinance appropriating same amount from the consolidation account to the budget capital control account.
Motion to direct and adopt.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ms.
One opposed.
Watlington and
opposed.
Ms. Johnson opposed.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
I would also like to ask for a motion to put on the agenda before August 22nd, a vote for the lease extension of the Innovation Barn that's related to this item.
That's a motion to put the lease agreement on
August 22nd.
August 22nd's agenda. Any discussion on the, I'm sorry, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, and is there any discussion? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, so I know this was a discussion at last council meeting. So wasn't manager, you had said that you'll bring that up on August 22nd?
So that's what we're attempting to do. We have Phil Rieger, who's working with Envision Charlotte, I believe, well, and our legal department. We believe we're going to have that to Envision this week. And then it's just up to Envision to get it back to us so that we can get it on the agenda for the 22nd.
Yes, so do we need a motion? It's already planned. I mean, from what I hear you telling me,
think that-
it's already planned for
Is it going to
20.
be?
It's not, it's been spoken, but it's not, it has not been stated that we will vote on it on or before August 22nd. In other words, it could get delayed or deferred if staff chose to, so, and it's from our conversation before, I believe it was the intent of council that we would vote on it on or before the August 22nd.
Well, we have a motion on the floor to put it on the 22nd, so.
On or
and-
before
On
is the
or,
motion.
on or before.
Well, I guess that's the only
It is the only option, so it'll be August 22nd unless we do something, a special meeting. So with that,
I have a question
a discussion.
Yeah, discussion.
Ms. Johnson?
You mentioned a 30-day notice. What is the 30-day notice and the 30-day discussion period? I don't know if it goes to public hearing or what's the process for approving a lease?
Well, so my understanding is the 30-day notice will go out well in advance of the time period it needs to be out before the 22nd of August. The 30-day notice will not be an issue.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? I'm sorry?
Will council have any, and this is for the extension, not the execution of the current lease, right? Are we talking about because the current lease is not not executed, right? Isn't that correct?
So I'm trying to save Phil from a trip. So I believe what we have worked on is to clean up the original lease,
Right.
to have it much like any other commercial lease we would have. And with that, we would have an extension that would be related to the same as if it started with this, a certificate of occupancy. It would be locked into the first 18,000 square feet. And I'll call this the Driggs Amendment. And that to make sure that, I'll use your words, that on the second half of the facility, if the council does want to move forward to invest funds in the second half of the facility, it isn't 100% certain that it would be for Envision. It could be for a use that the council decides at that time. But the lease, step one, which is August 22nd, would be to extend that lease so that it would be 5 years related to the certificate of occupancy. I got a thumbs up. So that's what it should do.
Okay.
Well, so then the second part, as far as after the current lease, right? That's not what we're talking about discussing in August, right? We're just talking about the validating the terms of the lease that were illegally extended, right?
I would say that it's a cleanup, but absolutely, it would be a lease that would be 5 years
Okay.
from the day of this.
Certificate. Oh, yeah, okay. So it's the current lease, okay.
All right, so there's a motion to put the item on the August 22nd agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
All right, Ms. Johnson. All right, the next item is item 21, the exchange of real property with Mill District Partners. Adopt a resolution authorizing the exchange of certain real property rights between the city and the Mill District Partners, authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute the transaction.
Motion to adopt and authorize.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item 22, adopt bond orders and resolutions that make certain statements of fact concerning the refunding of water sewer revenue bonds and revenue bond anticipation notes, provide for the issuance of water sewer revenue bonds in the amount of $535 million, provide for the issuance of water sewer bond revenue anticipation notes in an amount not to exceed $500 million, authorize city officials to make necessary actions to complete the financing, including the application to the LGC, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $415 million in bond proceeds to the Water Revenue Bond Debt Service Fund.
Motion to adopt, provide, and authorize.
So,
We have a
second.
motion and a second. Is there any discussion of this? All right, hearing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The last item is item 23, lease of city-owned land. Adopt a resolution approving a 5-year lease agreement with the county for a greenway on city property. Authorize the city manager to execute any necessary documents for this transaction and to amend the lease agreement consistent with, I said it was the last one. but
Motion to
there you
adopt and
go.
authorize.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the
Yay,
next
green
item
lights.
is 24. Item, interlocal agreement for the Long Creek Water Quality Enhancement Project. Adopt a resolution authorizing the manager as its designee to execute an interlocal agreement with Mecklenburg County for construction of Long Creek Water Quality Enhancement Project, and authorize him to amend the interlocal agreement consistent for the purposes for which the agreement was approved.
Motion to adopt and authorize.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn requires no vote. All right, thank you, everyone.